guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Right out of the box, yeah. Mike. Hey there, we're going to be making our way into the, looky there, final day for the month of June. June 30 of 2021. Almost time to rip another page off the calendar as we'll be heading into the 4th of July weekend, Independence Day weekend coming up here. Yeah, a lot of travelers going to be hitting the roads. I haven't seen the official numbers on a national scale from AAA just yet. I'm pretty confident they're going to be big numbers. We're expecting about a million, nearly a million Tennesseans that are going to be hitting the roads. Under one of our industry headlines, they're going to be pausing most of the construction projects on many of the interstates and whatnot for the travel weekend, try to reduce travel delays there in that particular state. Hey, we get a breakdown on some of our, speaking of travelers' weather around the country. Some good news out west. They've been telling us the last few days, monsoon season may officially be kicking in here. And we indeed do have some fairly significant rainfall in tonight. Hey, you're getting a little rain in Las Vegas. You need the rain. You've had 2/100ths of an inch of rain in the month of June. It's just been incredibly dry. So, yeah, some pretty decent showers, even some thunderstorms. Vegas, in Las Vegas direct, it's more of a kind of a lighter rain. We've got some much heavier rain on off to the east of Las Vegas, say on up to Mesquite, Nevada. Rains extending up toward St. George in Utah. Zoom in a little bit further. Yeah, rain stretching all the way up nearly to 93, State Route 93 there. A lot of rain in Nevada. If you're traveling along I-15, literally from Utah to Las Vegas, in the rain. But again, you really need the rain in that part of the country. Aside from that cluster, you've got a lot of sporadic, very spotty shower activity out west with the monsoon. On over into New Mexico, central New Mexico, seeing a light to moderate rain for the most part. There is a cluster of some heavier rain over into the northern portions of the Texas Panhandle. Dumas, Texas, everything's north of Amarillo, but Dumas, Texas, and onto the east, you got some heavy rains. A few pop-up thunder showers right there in Oklahoma City, in central Oklahoma, confined really right around the Oklahoma City area. Yeah, on over further toward the east, spotty showers here and there. Got some rain over into south central, southeastern portions of Indiana tonight. Area stretching from, from Bedford to Seymour, Indiana. Yeah, actually can step outside the secret bunker and see some lightning, off to the west over in southeastern Indiana. Some pop-up thunderstorms moving through there. Yeah, nothing of it. They are some slower moving storms. So you may find yourself in some torrential downpours for a period of time as they move off gradually to the northeast, from southwest to northeast. The Southern Plains, areas from the Southern Plains to the Great Lakes, you've been hard-pressed to find a dry day in nearly over the past week. It's been a rather stagnant weather pattern in days of downpours and flooding. The much-needed change is on the way, right in time for the July 4th holiday weekend here. Oklahoma City, you've been one of the soggier areas over the past few days, picking up nearly 6 inches of rain since June the 26th. Normally, you'd pick up just shy of 5 inches of rain for the entire month of June. So in 4 days, you picked up more than you would typically pick up in the entire month. Other areas like St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, also seen surplus rainfall numbers. Frequent rainy days here in the second half of June. Now, through midweek here, forecasters expect more of the same in terms of the pattern in that region. Flash flood watches remain in effect for much of that corridor. Right on through the overnight hours tonight. Looking at areas from north central portions of Missouri down into eastern portions of Kansas, all under flash flood watches as we speak. Greatest flood threat will be in Oklahoma and Kansas northward, all the way up into Michigan through the upcoming day. Rainfall has exceeded 6 inches in some places over the last week. So you're going to have to use caution out there on the roadways as heavy rain can lead to the pooling of water. Hydroplaning becomes a risk at highway speed. Avoid flooded roadways altogether. According to AccuWeather, an additional, maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain are possible from the south central plains through the Mississippi and Ohio valleys through the day today. Could see some locally higher amounts in those heavier thunderstorms where you see the repeated downpours. Meanwhile, we're moving on down the line. Portions of the Blackwater, the Illinois, the Missouri, the Sangamon rivers are all in or expected to crest in major flood stage, according to the National Weather Service. There is then some good news for those itching to get outside and exercise or do some yard work. Farmers eager to get out in the fields, hoping for things to dry out. This frontal boundary is finally going to drift off to the south and east as we head through the second half of the week. That's going to shift the flooding threat to the Ohio River and Tennessee Valley, allowing for drier weather further to the north. Those downpours are likely to be shoved further south across the central states, say Thursday into Friday, as an area of high pressure begins to move in. Latest indication point toward that high continuing to dominate the weather headed into the weekend. That could result in rather dry July 4th conditions across much of the midsection of the country. Right now, it looks like the Gulf Coast states, portions of the eastern seaboard, will probably be the main areas where your holiday plans may be dampened by some downpours coming up this weekend. Meanwhile, out west, the word hot continues to top the list. Excessive heat warnings all the way up to the U.S.-Canadian border once again. As far east as eastern Montana, heat advisories all the way up into western and northern portions of Montana. Red flag warnings through Washington, Oregon, western Idaho, and northern California. 3 days. 3 days equals 3 records in the books for the third consecutive day. The high temperature page of Portland's record book is going to be rewritten. It's been the epicenter of this record-shattering heat wave, sending temperatures to almost unimaginable levels across the northwestern USA and western Canada. Among the victims left in the heat wave's wrath have been stricken residents, streets buckling, melted power cables. Not a whole lot of relief even through the overnight hours, as the record warmth Tuesday morning, you only dropped to 75 degrees for the overnight low, a good 20 degrees above normal. You continued the streak of searing heat. Monday, a new all-time record high. The highest mark reached 116 degrees. That had broken the anything but ageless record of 108 degrees that was set on Saturday. All right, for the city's infrastructure and operations, they're struggling. Monday, power cables supporting the streetcars stretched to the limits, actually melting in some areas. Less than 50 miles south of Portland, the city of Salem, Oregon, posted the day's highest temperature, setting an all-time high of 117 degrees. For reference, Las Vegas has never recorded a day warmer than that, if you can believe that. On such a hot day, even cold conditions can become dangerous for those looking to cool off in rivers or streams. Cold water shock, water as low as 50 degrees, will provide risk for even the most experienced swimmers. So don't be tempted to do a cannonball to try and cool off. Operations manager with AMR spoke to Bill Waddell that he's proud of the EMS response in the area. They've saved lives as more than a dozen people had been rushed to hospitals with heat illnesses on Monday this week. This was a big turn for the EMS in the region. But I'll tell you, I applaud most everyone that's participated. I applaud our crews. They've done an amazing job in what can only be called an incredible event. Hot and difficult out there. 506 heat-related visits to emergency departments in the state of Oregon over the past 4 days. More than 250 visits on Monday alone. Across the state, authorities speculated that the heat played a role in at least 7 deaths this week. One employee at a nursery and farm was found unresponsive in the field at the end of his shift. The man, whose name was not released, had been working on a crew moving irrigation lines. Another 4 deaths in the Puget Sound city may have also been due to the heat, according to officials there. The city's medical examiner says firefighters can't say definitively whether the heat was the cause of death. Authorities in Bend, Oregon, said that the deaths of 2 people without housing there, homeless, may have also been due to the extreme heat. The heat was no less brutal in Washington state, where at least 676 people visited emergency departments for heat-related symptoms over this past weekend. One group that's been directly stricken by heat illness is lifeguards, pool lifeguards. The Portland Parks and Recreation Department actually announced the closing of the public pools on Monday after numerous lifeguards experienced heat-related illnesses there. Sitting out there in the blazing hot sun, just trying to do your job. A little bit more on the unprecedented heat wave there. But we're looking at power issues as well. The electric utility in Spokane resumed rolling blackouts amid heavy power demand. Officials said, again, several deaths in Washington and Oregon tied to the intense heat. Officials in Bremerton, Washington said heat may have contributed to 4 deaths. Bend, Oregon, we already mentioned there, a couple of homeless that succumbed to the heat. National Weather Service said the mercury reached 108 degrees at Spokane International Airport this past afternoon, which is the highest temperature that they've ever recorded there. About 9,300 of Vista utility customers losing power. The company said more planned blackouts began this past afternoon. We're trying to limit outages to 1 hour per customer, they say. So it's the rolling blackout kind of thing. You lose power, then your neighboring community loses power. 2,400 without power shortly after 2 o'clock this past afternoon. Most of that was on the north side of the city. They had been alerted about the planned outages. About 21,000 customers warned Tuesday morning that you may experience an outage. We had to implement deliberate blackouts Monday because the electric system experienced a new peak demand, the strain of the high temperatures impacting the system in a way that requires us to proactively turn off power for some customers. And this all actually happened faster than anticipated. The outages were a distribution problem, did not stem from a lack of electricity in the system, but unprecedented demand coupled with record heat straining the distribution system. So power had to be cut to prevent equipment damage. I mean, literally melting things down for the power grid there in the Pacific Northwest. We mentioned real quick, before we get our quick time out here, we'll get to our calls at 844-844-3388. Several days now. We can actually go back to late Thursday into Friday in the Detroit area where they had the incredible rains, the flooding issues. If you're going to be traveling in the Detroit area, check your route before leaving. Interstate 94 was still closed for the 4th consecutive day due to flooding this past day. As of 3 o'clock this past afternoon, Michigan Department of Transportation was reporting that I-94 in Detroit and Dearborn was still shut down between Greenfield Road and the I-75 interchange. You can use I-96, I-75, or State Route 10 for detours. But going back last Thursday, the Detroit area was hit with rain, hit hard. Detroit's mayor said the city received more rain in one day than they usually get in 2 months' time. And most of that fell in a 5-hour time frame. Flooding has been a major issue the past couple of days. Forecasters tell us Detroit's probably not going to see any relief soon. Several thunderstorms were in the forecast this past afternoon. For several southeastern Michigan counties. The chance of rain is greater than 50%, continuing through today and Thursday, according to the National Weather Service there. Rain possible for the rest of the week. During a news conference, Governor Whitmer spoke and had the Detroit Water and Sewage Department at the press conference announcing she's issued an emergency declaration to set the stage for a presidential emergency declaration that would allow the city and state officials to use federal resources to try to help with the flooding. FEMA would become involved as well at that point in time. So heads up, I-94, last check, still shut down there. I guess good news, so we'll flip back over to the radar and take a look up into that portion of the country. Any rain up in the Detroit area? Let's see. Now it looks relatively quiet tonight. All right. With that, it's 844-844-3388. We'll see who all's checking in here on a On a what? On a Wednesday? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty. Yeah, Colton, you got it. According to what I'm seeing on my display, you got first. Maybe it was a tie. All right, who's all checking in here? Looper says, howdy, a welcome cool down here in Buffalo, Niagara Falls tonight. Had a cool blast of Canadian air sweep through a few hours ago. Looking at 71 degrees with low humidity now. Actually, finally got some good sleeping weather. There you go. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, 76 degrees, maybe a rumble of thunder overnight. Truck 'em safe tonight, everybody. Monty Python, Morning Your Honor, 3 more days. Yeah, counting down to retirement, huh? Let's see. Morning Overnight Drive. Kentucky Ken, serving and protecting until 0600 hours. Thanks for what you do there, Kentucky Ken. Be safe out there. Jesse said, just had some good rain in the Dayton area. Eskimo Mom checking in. Happy hump day. Yeah, close to 80 degrees just across the Ohio River in northern Kentucky. Been watching some of that lightning off to the west. Patsy checking in from Nebraska. Please, people, wash and clean your bird feeders and bird baths weekly. Yeah, that was a story we were talking last evening. You're trying to figure out what's impacting the songbirds in parts of the Midwest. Numerous states being impacted. Anyway, drive safe, truckers. Justin says, Steve had a small supercell thunderstorm at the home 20 about 6:30 this past evening. The downdraft was one I'll remember for a good time to come. 60-mile-an-hour winds, loads of rain, and it came out of nowhere. Bill checking in from North Carolina. Kyle's with us tonight. Captain Ron checking in from the King Frog parking lot in Adel, Georgia. Gas went up from $2.81 in Clearwater, Florida to $3 a gallon. I can't tell you just how proud I am of Sleepy Joe and Cackling Kamala. Yeah, you know. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Wishing Steve and everybody a fine day out there. West Michigan checking in. That's one Crazy Ray. 73 degrees right now. To the best 5 hours of my morning. Here we go. Well, thank you, Crazy Ray. Howdy from John, checking in from Central Virginia. 4-stopper in Dallas early Friday. All right, just about time for me to crash. Get some rest. Let's see, Justin, that storm, he said, that was in southern Indiana. I'm in Indianapolis right now. Got a good light show going on out here tonight, though. Daniel checks in from Columbia, South Carolina. Jay, let's see, hashtag live. Good morning from Nashville, Steve. Here's to a great show tonight. Keep those big wheels a-rolling. Moving on, all right? Let's see. Strange where the intense heat location is. Is that a coincidence, maybe? You know, they're doing those rolling blackouts right now. And they want to add thousands of electric vehicles to the power grid. You are correct. I think that's what he's alluding to. Isn't that a coincidence? You're struggling with the grid. I've been saying this for months now. I mean, going back to, we had the issues back in February with the cold snap in Texas. When are they going to wake up? Bidu checking in, 76 degrees here in Rottenchester, New York right now. A little muggy still at this point. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Silver Dog says, nice shirt. Yeah, it's our patriotic theme this week, remember? I had a patriotic shirt for each night. Buckeye Boy checking in back in Georgia where it's a pleasant 73 degrees, still muggy 86% humidity. Just got back from Virginia, getting ready to head out with the missus tomorrow for Ohio in the pickup for the wedding this weekend. I hope maybe I'll get some golf in with a buddy of mine one day and her family on another day. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And good night for trucking in northern Ohio, according to Jay. Yeah, Clearwater, you mentioned the prices at the pump going up. Hey, the trend has been that direction. Gas prices up again. The national average is now at $3.10 per gallon Monday. And prices are expected to continue climbing. As, of course, we have a holiday weekend approaching. According to a gas analyst that spoke with Fox News, national average about a nickel higher than it was a month ago, 92 cents per gallon more than it was this time last year, nearly $1 a gallon more. Typically, you see gas prices start declining in mid to late August as we start to see things get back to normal. Kids get back to school. Vacations pretty much ending. According to Gas Buddy, this year, though, I think the concern is that the normal seasonal downturn could be mitigated by the fact that offices are starting to see returns by fall. And commutes may start to increase. That really brings to question, will we see a seasonal decline in the fall? And when might that be? He said a decline in prices is still likely to occur. It might be kind of muted by a surge in drivers headed back into the physical workplace as the COVID pandemic eases up. This month, the Energy Information Administration predicted Gas would average $2.92 a gallon from April through September, the summer driving season, up from $2.07 a gallon same time last year. For the full year, they estimate regular gas would average $2.77 a gallon. We're going to send the average household's going to spend $570 more on fuel than you did for the same amount of driving 1 year ago. And gas outages are hitting some locations. Should not be a cause for widespread concern. So far, the problem has been very limited and kind of random in nature. Many motorists won't even notice this, but as demand ramps up, the nation needs hundreds more tanker truck drivers than we did last year. All right, there's the breakdown. Higher prices at the pump. Yeah, got to pay more for that summer vacation, aren't we? Get to some of other industry headlines coming up here. Of course, we'll get to your calls at 844-844-3388. And if this headline doesn't kind of send chills up and down your spine, I don't know what would. It's time to shut the damn border down, Joe. Or Kamala, Kamala, you're in charge. Yeah, we've actually got a warning from the prime minister in Panama alerting U.S. authorities. They have intel that terrorists are blending in with the migrants coming in from Mexico. Terrorists are blending in with migrants entering Panama in an effort to get to the United States. Again, according to Panama's Minister of Foreign Affairs. We'll give you more on that story coming up. It's time. Enough is enough already. Stop playing these games. Are you ready to deal with another September 11 style event on our own soil due to the leadership in this country's failure to address our own border security? That's what we're going to be facing. Right now, though, a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is hitting the road, making a push to get more Americans vaccinated against COVID. First Lady Joe Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff visited Texas on Tuesday, making a stop at Minute Maid Park in Houston to promote vaccination efforts. Speaking at an event later at a Dallas school, Biden urged people to get their shot, but also to get their questions about the shot answered.
And if you still have questions, that's okay. Talk to your doctor. This is your choice, your health. So get the information that you need.
And in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court left the CDC's ban on residential evictions in place. The court declining to allow a federal court judge's decision to go into effect that would have lifted the ban nationwide. A group of landlords had challenged the moratorium, and the federal judge sided with them back in May, but put a hold on the ruling pending an appeal. This is USA Radio News.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Are you getting all the benefits you need? If you have Medicare, you may now be able to get new benefits. Benefits may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym membership, meal delivery, and hearing aids with low copay. To find out which benefits you qualify for and to find out if you're getting the benefits that you deserve, you need to call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can look up your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits are available to you. It's easy, just one call. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free and you have no obligation. You may even find plans with 0 monthly plan premiums, 0 copays on many services, and 0 deductibles. You deserve every medical care coverage benefit out there, and we'll help you get them. Call 800-808-8323, 800-808-8323. That's 800-808-8323. And let Best Medcare do the work for you. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I suppose the question becomes, at what point, when, does Kamala Harris and this administration realize, hey, we do have a crisis on our hand? The Panamanian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Erica Muñez, says members of terrorist organizations and sanctioned parties have found their way into Panama, where they're not permitted to enter in the first place. Panama's biometric identification measures have recognized and detained individuals linked to extremist groups attempting to pass through the country with migrants. Vice President Kamala Harris, the designated Biden administration border czar, did not schedule a trip to Panama to address the root causes of migration in Central America. The literal gap in U.S. migration policy, she writes, with the subhead, Kamala Harris's recent trip to Latin America missed a brewing crisis in Panama's Darien region. Quote, Vice President Kamala Harris's recent trip to Central America, her first official mission abroad, is emblematic of the weight the White House has placed on the issue of migration. Unfortunately, however, Panama was left out of the itinerary on her two-day trip. Despite the unprecedented number of migrants attempting to cross our border through a treacherous area of jungle known as the Darien Gap. The Gap is a particularly vulnerable and dangerous place to migration. The problem of uncontrolled migration is not isolated to Texas, California, New Mexico, or Arizona. Further south on the Panamanian border, a parallel crisis is unfolding as unprecedented numbers of migrants from Haiti, Cuba, Africa, Asia, the Middle East are attempting to cross the Darien Gap en route to Canada and the United States. The situation here is not a uniquely North American or Panamanian problem. It's an international humanitarian crisis that has no borders. It requires immediate collaboration. Panama, for our part, looks forward to working with the Biden administration to formulate an effective policy response. The Gap is a place where getting a visa is particularly suspect. The nations of the Americans have to work together to control the flow of migration. First among them is strengthening visa requirements and background checks throughout Latin America. A vast number of migrants crossing the Darien started their journey in South America, arriving through ports of entry in countries where visa requirements are so much less stringent. Panama's problem will ultimately become a problem for North America. Left unchecked, this issue is going to compound. The ramifications will reach far beyond Panama's borders, even as Panama remains steadfast in our commitment to care for the migrants who've put themselves in our care, particularly the ones that are victims of human trafficking. The scale of this humanitarian crisis and across the region demands international attention. All right. They've identified those with true intentions of harming the United States, trying to cross in. Where there's a will, there's a way, right? All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Hey there, Kentucky Ken, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. How are you, sir?
Doing well.
Good, good. Hey, I want to get some of the expertise from the listeners tonight, if I can. And that would be, I am thinking very seriously about going back to driving. I've looked into a school that's here in northern Kentucky, and it's rather expensive. It's like $4,200 for a 4-week course, but just wanted to get some feelings from people on the difference in owning your own rig and maybe driving for a company. I have an uncle who drives for a company. He's been there 14 years, absolutely loves the company. He does designated routes. and drives about 11 hours a day, but he said the company's great.
Wow.
Now, I drove for 8 years prior to becoming a police officer in 1988. But back in those days, I didn't have to have a CDL. I drove for a dairy and drove 42 or 45-foot reefer trucks. And I always just enjoyed driving. And I'm getting to the age now, I'm 59, and getting to the age now that if I'm going to give up law enforcement, and with everything that has gone on in this nation over the last year and a half, it's about time. I think 33 years of throwing on a gun belt and doing what I do, which I truly love. But I always loved driving too, and I always said I don't want to wait till it's too late. So I'm looking very seriously into going back on the road. So just was hoping that I could get some input from some of the listening audience, because I know you have a great deal of drivers out there.
Yeah. And they're the experts when it comes to that, for sure.
Yeah. And any feedback you could get, they could, message me on Facebook or whatever, and I'll appreciate anything I hear tonight. And still love the show, and it's I don't call in a whole lot, but like I said, I've been checking into this for about a week, and I think this is the direction I'm headed towards.
Okay, very interesting. All right, we'll get some feedback for you there, Kentucky Ken.
All right, sir. Be safe and enjoy the program, and everybody truck safe.
We appreciate your dedication out there. You say 30 years out there serving and protecting. Yep. Let's see here. Got a message from a spaceman. About a week ago, he sent me an email sharing how he had given his son a whole bunch of his old vintage, rock concert T-shirts and things like that. And in the mix, he had it was a Jeff Gordon, the NASCAR, Jeff Gordon Jurassic Park T-shirt that was, I guess he bought it at a souvenir stand at Universal Studios Jurassic Park ride back in 1997. And his son, Space Boy, put it on eBay. And some of the bids were incredible. He sent me a screenshot of, I guess, the final price. The buyer paid $820 for this T-shirt. A Jeff Gordon Jurassic Park T-shirt. He said, Space Boy's making a killing on my old T-shirts. That's incredible. $820. Wow. All right, we'll get a quick break in here. We'll say hello to Mike coming up right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. youthfountain.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Have a go. It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. See, I saw you. We were headed towards Mike. He dropped off. He'll call back. He must have had to actually do some work. He occasionally does it. Hello, Chevy guy.
Good morning. Yes, for Kentucky Ken, my suggestion for getting into the trucking industry, probably easier than it's ever been before, but find the trucking company closest to you and find out, first off, do they hire out of particular trucking schools? Most likely they're not going to, but it just by chance. That way, automatically you're going to have a trucking company closer to your house. Also, just find out, do they have a training program? What you might have to do is find a company that will, they'll train you, but you'll have to work for them for a year. They'll pay you peanuts, probably 30 cents a mile or 29 cents a mile. You make 30,000 that year.
Oh boy.
But bottom feeder companies, that's a general rule in trucking. 18 cents a mile, 18,000 a year. 20 cents, 20,000 that year. That's per mile. That's pretty much a good guide to go on what you're going to end up make. But you often hear drivers talk about bottom feeder companies.
Mm-hmm.
What they'll do is almost all these truck driving schools will guarantee you a job. They'll be coming after you to go to work, and it's true. But you got to look at it this way: you're going to get a paycheck while you learn, and be able to. It's going to be a struggle for the first year or so, but once you get the trucking under your belt for 2 years, pretty much you can pick out where you want to go. You said you had an uncle or a relative in trucking. Talk to that man's company. Find out if that's where you want to work, or if you want to work in that same company. Do a little investigation, and this is my opinion. Don't get into trucking first. Give it at least 4 or 5 years, and before you go thinking about buying a truck and get into a truck, because a truck will totally take over your life, and you don't want to be in something that you found out, no, this isn't really what I want, but you've got a truck payment and you're huge amount of debt that you're going to have to, try to struggle through. But yes, this is a great career. I couldn't see myself doing anything. I've worked for this company. Well, when the man died and his brother took over, so I've been sitting between this name tag between these doors for 20 years, and I dread the day they tell me I can't drive a truck. So I hope you can get in here, but all you got to do is a little bit of investigation. My brother-in-law and my sister, they called up and they went through a trucking school that ain't there anymore, oddly enough. But man, when they come out, they had a job right away, and they were totally undertrained. They were given an automatic transmission, Freightliner, and they were hauling freight from Greenville up into Chicago, back and forth. So it's doable. But yeah, the thought of buying a truck, find out if you enjoy it, or find out if it's for you before you get in debt. But other than that, hey, come on in. The water's warm. I don't know any other time where, I think they've lowered the time. You may be able to get into a good company after just 1 year. I'm hearing that a container company, well known here in South Carolina, has actually dropped down to 1 year's experience to pull their containers. So the opportunities are out there, but the main thing is it's going to take up your time. So try to find a trucking company closest to you and try to blend in with that, because you'll find out it's a job, getting your home time together. It'll work out for you. And I've been doing this for 42 years, buddy. Like I said, I'm terrified they're going to come up and tell me I can't do this no more. Mm-hmm. So, if anything, I'll just have to move in and try to do radio work. How about it?
All right. Well, hey.
Don't try this at home, right, Steve? Don't try this at home, right, Steve?
I hear you. Gotcha.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Appreciate your input. Okay, there you go. What else we got? It's 844-844-3388. A couple of the industry headlines. Our friends at CDL Life, once again, a Facebook user shared a video of a pickup driver. Yeah, going off the road after falling asleep. He was hauling cars in Lafayette, Louisiana this past Monday. Police say the driver was southbound on the Evangeline Thruway, fell asleep at the wheel, losing control, maneuvering his pickup and trailer through a ditch, and then popping back onto the road, crossing through multiple lanes of traffic. He was charged with careless operation. It could have been a whole lot worse situation than ultimately turned out to be. I mentioned in our Traveler's Weather, Tennessee Department of Transportation plans to suspend construction on interstates and state routes to relieve this holiday weekend traffic backups. They tell us the suspension of lane closures in construction areas begins Friday morning, this Friday, July the 2nd. It will end the following Tuesday morning, July the 6th. According to ABC, this lane closure lift will help the 939,000 motorists expected to travel Tennessee's roadways during the 4th of July holiday weekend. 3 injured in San Antone Monday after a dump truck experienced brake failure, crashing into a gas station there. About 10:30 in the morning in San Antone. According to Texas News Today, the truck was headed south on I-35 at the O'Connor intersection. Driver lost control of the truck due to a potential brake failure, ultimately overturning, skidding into several cars, then actually through the side of a convenience store. This dump truck was hauling asphalt that was spilled. Accident left 3 people injured, including the truck driver in his late 20s, who was able to walk himself to the ambulance, but suffered some serious arm injuries. 2 others were also taken to the hospital for minor injuries. Luckily, no one else hurt in the incident, but you'd have to see the photos of the convenience store. Yeah, this truck went, right into the store. There's a couple of our headlines. Let's check in with Eskimo Mom here this morning. Hi there.
Hi, Steve. I wanted to comment on Kentucky Ken. What Chevy guy was saying about going investigating the companies is spot on. You want to find out what's available in your area, and I know with my company, there's a couple of dedicated accounts that they've actually lowered the qualifications down to you get trained on that account. So anything's possible out there. And do go get your go to that school, get your CDL, because then that way they'll give you enough time to figure out what you want to do. But I'm like Chevy guy said, do not buy a truck until you've got several years experience underneath your belt, because you don't want to end up retired with nothing but the shirt on your back if you're lucky. But and as for the law enforcement part of it, I've actually got a classmate of mine with his Class C CDL. He drives a bus for taking prisoners around, or does the prisoner transfer now. But he's actually driven school bus every now and then for one of our local school districts. So there's a couple of options right there for you, Kentucky Ken.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So you got a quiet night. You got a quiet night there in northern Kentucky. You said it's just still kind of warm and muggy out there, isn't it?
Yep. I'm going to be coming in a Louisville before too long, and it's 77 degrees out here. We did have a little rain up in my neck of the woods. I should say south of my neck of the woods. When I left the house, it wasn't doing anything, but it was coming down in a pretty good tropical downpour off and on between my house and where I started out from, and then it just cleared up, and it's been dry as a bone ever since.
All right. Well, be safe out there trucking tonight. Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Hey, we're up to top of the hour, closeout hour number 1. Plenty of room for you, though. Jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration is hitting the road, making a push to get more Americans vaccinated against COVID. First Lady Joe Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff visited Texas on Tuesday, making a stop at Minute Maid Park in Houston to promote vaccination efforts. Speaking at an event later at a Dallas school, Biden urged people to get their shot, but also to get their questions about the shot answered.
And if you still have questions, that's okay. Talk to your doctor. This is your choice, your health. So get the information that you need.
And in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court left the CDC's ban on residential evictions in place. The court declining to allow a federal court judge's decision to go into effect that would have lifted the ban nationwide. A group of landlords had challenged the moratorium, and the federal judge sided with them back in May, but put a hold on the ruling pending an appeal. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
The White House announced Tuesday that President Biden will travel to Surfside, Florida on Thursday to visit the site of the partially collapsed Champlain Tower. Surfside Mayor Charles Burkett told MSNBC what he hopes the president's visit will bring.
Probably inspiration. We've already gotten the other part, which is the resources. The White House called me very early on and told me in so many words that they were going to move heaven and earth cut all the red tape and make sure we had what we need. We do not have a resource problem here at this disaster. We have a luck problem. We had a pretty bad fire that raged for days, and we had difficult weather, and now I'm told we have potential tropical storm brewing in the Gulf. So, the luck hasn't been so good, and that's what we need now. We just need a little luck.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Some health officials are urging a measured response to the spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19. Tim Berg reports.
The World Health Organization is urging people who are fully vaccinated against the coronavirus to keep wearing masks and practice social distancing to protect against the Delta variant. More lockdowns are in place for countries like the UK and Bangladesh. Los Angeles also telling people to wear masks inside, to which Dr. Marty McCrary from Johns Hopkins University tells Fox News.
You're going to hear a lot of fear-mongering about the Delta variant, so let me break it down. It's about 40 to 60% more transmissible, but no evidence that it's more deadly. We were told the B117 mutation was more deadly. The research came in showing that it's not. Because it is more contagious, we're seeing those who are not immune, primarily the young, see more cases. We're also testing too many people who already have immunity. That's in violation of the CDC guidelines.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Serena Williams' quest for a 24th Grand Slam title ended Tuesday as she retired during her first-round match at Wimbledon with Alexandra Sasnovich. Up 3-1 in the first set, Williams slipped twice, injuring her right leg. 2 games later, she was forced to abandon the match. It's just the second time in her career that Williams retired from a match at a major tournament, the other also coming at Wimbledon in 1998. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Gotta go back on a Wednesday. Now it looks like the partnership between Kenworth, Fastport, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's Hiring Our Heroes initiative will enter its 6th year. Announced by Kenworth, they're again going to provide Transition Trucking's top prize. This year's winner of the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award will receive a Kenworth T680 equipped with a 76-inch sleeper and a PACCAR powertrain. Kenworth's ongoing participation in the Transition Trucking program, one way to recognize the importance of our veterans and thank them for our service. We urge trucking fleets to nominate their best rookie drivers who've served our country. And we encourage service members transitioning from the military to consider the trucking industry as a future career. That's the idea. This award, again, in its 6th year now, recognizes the top rookie veteran driver serving as a commercial driver. It's going to be determined by an expert panel of judges. Army veteran Ivan Hernandez, a driver for Werner Enterprises, was the 2020 Transition Trucking Award winner. Few stipulations to qualify. You have to meet the following requirements. You must have been active military or members of the National Guard or Reserve. You must have graduated from a PTDI certified MAP, FTDS, or CTVA member driving training school. You have to have a valid CDL. You had to be first hired in a trucking position between January 1st of 2020 and July 31st of this year. Trucking industry thriving last year despite the impacts of the COVID pandemic, proving its position as a sustainable career path. The 2021 Transition Trucking Award campaign, another opportunity to highlight the impact veterans are making in the transportation industry and introduce a new generation of veterans to the real economic opportunity that a career in trucking can present. They will be accepting nominations through July the 31st. They've got a website. You can learn more there at transitiontrucking.org. Transitiontrucking.org. Now let's get back to the calls, and who's up next here? I'm not sure exactly. Is it Buckeye or?
Yeah, it's Buckeye.
Hello,
Morning,
Buckeye.
Steve.
Morning.
How you doing this morning?
I'm doing just fine. Happy Hump Day.
Hey, yeah, happy Hump Day. Hey, I just come out of the desert, out of Vegas. I'm almost to Grand Junction, Colorado, and it was 107 down there. just a little bit hot.
You're a little on the warm
I had
side.
a little bit on the warm side. I had an exciting day a couple of days ago. I had a delivery. Went in there to Indian Springs, Nevada. They went in there to Creech Air Force Base there. I had a load going in there, and then I had a load I booked coming out of Vegas today. And I dropped my load off there at the Air Force Base. They got a generic truck stop up there, real nice. It's not too old, and they got a Frisch's big boy in there. And there was only two of us trucks in there at the time, so I thought I got plenty of time. I'm only about 40-something miles away from Vegas. I can go drive up there a little bit. So I was sitting in there and eating and stuff. Come out to the truck, and there was about 6, 7 more trucks sitting out there. I thought, well, man, this is going to be a popular place. So I went back into the store, got some stuff. She said, "You one of the truck drivers out here waiting?" I said, "Yeah, I'm a truck driver." "What are you talking about waiting?" "Well, they got the highway shut down." I said, "They got the highway shut down?"
Uh-oh.
Said, "Yeah, and they've got Creech Air Force Base shut down. And they're telling everybody in the Indian Springs, Nevada area, stay at home. They found a bomb." I said, "What?" Said, "Yeah." Said they found a bomb in back of somebody's truck or trunk. I said, "Wow." So we were down there a couple hours, and finally they opened the highway back up, and the base was still shut down. So I moved on in, went back into Vegas, and I happened to Google it and see, read what was going on. If you Google it, you'll see it. It was on Monday where they had the highway shut down. But what had happened is at the main entrance, they thought that they had a bomb in the back of a truck, and come to find out when they searched it, it wasn't a bomb. But I tell you, crazy things happening out here in this country.
Wow. Yeah. It's so it's kind of
yeah.
turned out to be a false alarm.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, it ended up being a false alarm, and I'm so glad that that's what it was. But I tell you what, they had everything shut down in Indian Springs, and the Air Force Base, the highway, they weren't messing.
Wow.
They weren't messing around. So, but yeah, it was only 107 out there, right there in Vegas. And that was about 9 o'clock last night. So that's telling you how warm it is. I just had one other thing to talk to you about. Did you happen to get to watch the Trump rally Saturday night?
I did not. No.
Oh man, what a rally! Oh, it was fantastic. Jim Jordan talked and everything like that. But President Trump, I think after 2022, he'll make an announcement. I tell you what, we better take that House and Senate back in 2022. We could be in some big trouble. It's just, like what you talked about going on there in Panama.
Yep.
President Trump said, he made this comment, and I'll leave it go with that. But he says, just hopefully we still have a country left in 4 years. And I tell you what, that's the absolute truth. So I tell you, just when you think you heard it all, something else happens, and doesn't look good right now. And I know there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. I just hope that that light comes back, because things don't look good right now. People are more worried about the pockets than they are about the American people, and they could care less. And you know what, Steve, it really gets me about the whole thing is these people have to have kids. They have to have grandkids. How could they do this to future generations?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I've got kids, I've got grandkids, and I do everything I can to try to give them. I've been blessed, very, very blessed, and I try to do everything, so they can have the same life that. But I just don't understand how these people can live like this and want to give our kids and grandkids the life that they're giving them now.
Yep.
So, but anyway, thank you, Steve, for taking my call, and you have a great morning here.
Thanks for checking in there, Buckeye. Be safe out there up and down the highways. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, going back, what was it, 2013. Remember the name Edward Snowden? He was the contractor with the NSA. And he was the whistleblower. He's the one that first revealed the extensive surveillance program that was operating within the NSA that was and is beholden to no judicial and limited congressional oversight. The program can capture Americans' communications. According to a member of a privacy watchdog agency in a statement this past day, the NSA's X-Keyscore program, as it's called, was the subject of a 5-year investigation conducted by the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. That's a watchdog group independent of the government. They actually finished their investigation back in December. According to Snowden, though, documents indicate that the program has existed for more than a decade. The program functions by allowing analysts to perform a Google-like search function across vast databases of internet traffic captured from sites worldwide, plucking out the emails, web browsing histories, and even your social media activity. The program is driven by artificial intelligence, which is responsible for the autonomous collection of massive data sets. What most concerns me is that we have a very powerful surveillance program that 8 years or so after exposure still has no judicial oversight and what I consider to be adequate legal analysis and serious compliance infractions. Travis LeBlanc is a Democrat board member appointed by former President Trump. He said he was one of 5 board members who voted against approving the panel's classified report on X key score in December. He said the board failed to adequately investigate or evaluate the NSA's collection activities. The NSA, of course, firing back, citing that the agency conducted appropriate legal reviews of X key score use. They further said a document that the agency has protections to safeguard Americans' privacy. And there's more to this story, but I bring that up because Tucker Carlson on his program Monday night accusing the Biden administration of spying on him in an attempt to take his program off the air. Now, it would not surprise me one little bit. Not at all. I think we've known for years that there have been NSA surveillance, which the NSA is not allowed to spy on Americans. We'll try to explain here, but tell you more about what Tucker had to say coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson on his program live Monday night told his audience that a government whistleblower actually told his team the National Security Agency is spying on their electronic communications, and they're planning to leak them in an attempt to take his show off the air. Now, he offered no evidence other than to say the whistleblower that he did not identify actually repeated back information on a story that the host team was working on that came directly from his own text messages and emails. How did they have that information? The Biden administration is spying on us, he asserted. It's illegal for the NSA to spy on American citizens, accusing the NSA of covertly picking up his electronic communications. Carlson insisted there is no other possible source of that information. The NSA responded to his claims this past afternoon. It says, on June 28, 2021, Tucker Carlson alleged that the National Security Agency has been monitoring our electronic communication and is planning to leak them in an attempt to take his show off the air. This allegation is untrue. Tucker Carlson has never been an intelligence target of the agency. The NSA has never had any plans to try to take his program off the air. The NSA has a foreign intelligence mission. We target foreign powers to generate insights on foreign activities that could harm the United States. With limited exceptions, as in an emergency, the NSA may not target a U.S. citizen without a court order that explicitly authorizes the targeting. Of course, Tucker Carlson, his show averages millions of viewers. He says his team has filed a Freedom of Information Act request asking for all information that the NSA and other agencies have gathered about his show. They also reached out to the press office of the NSA and the FBI for comment. We don't expect to hear much back, he said. That's the way it usually goes. Only Congress can force transparency on these intelligence agencies, and they should do that immediately. Spying on opposition journalists is incompatible with democracy. If you're going to do it to us, and again, they're definitely doing it to us, they're all but certainly doing it to others. This is scary. We got to stop this, he says. The Washington Examiner reached out to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and Fox News for comment. The FBI declined to comment on the Freedom of Information Act request. They referred the Washington Examiner to the NSA. You're not going to get anything from them. But I know, and many people know, that this is something that's been going on for quite a number of years now. Obviously, they're not going to admit such things. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Who we got on the line? I said, this is Big Pain again.
Pigpen.
Oh, Pigpen. Okay. Well, Big Pain, Pigpen, kind of close.
Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. It's improving every time, I think. But anyhow, I usually don't run too much night shift. That's the reason why you don't hear from me a whole lot. But my air conditioner went out in my truck, and so it's a little better doing it at night, but they keep trying to fix it. It just went out again, and this ain't my usual truck anyway. my usual truck, the regeneration stuff got all screwed up, and they're going to have to replace it. And heck, I might be out of it for another month or so. But I'm driving an older truck here, and it's old Pete. I like it, but yeah, just burning up a little bit.
So did you want to chime in? But did you have some advice for Kentucky Ken or?
Oh yeah, I've been driving the last 19 years or so, and I don't know. At first I was trying to go gun ho and whatever, trying to make everything I could, and well, I got to where I didn't enjoy it as much, and then I just kind of took a step back, and it's like, I think I just need to slow down a little bit, enjoy myself, make a little money, and I finally found a comfort zone on that, and I've been driving for the same company the last 8 years, enjoyed myself, but, and I'm happy just being a company driver. I mean, maybe I missed a boat somewhere to where, I could have bought me a truck or whatever, but I don't know, I'm just happy doing what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was also wanting to mention Detroit there. I've been going through there all week, and luckily, the route that I go, I haven't been affected by those ramp closures and stuff, but it's a mess up there.
Well, they picked up a whole lot of rain in a real short amount of time. I've never heard of,
Oh yeah.
Major interstate like that being closed down for 4 days after flooding rain. That's incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I just go up to 75 and hit 94 there, and it's just luckily going that way I was fine. But yeah, I know if you was going to stay on 94, like going back toward like going to Chicago or something, you'd have to kind of take a little detour or whatever. But well, I guess that's about all I got.
All right, Pigpen. Well, thanks for checking in. Appreciate the update, the advice, and hey, be safe out there. Hey, look at there. That thing brings us to our bottom of the hour news break, as we call it. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Another victim found.
Very unfortunately, one additional victim was recovered. So the number of deceased is now at 12. The number of unaccounted is now 149.
Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava making that announcement at a Tuesday evening press briefing. The search continues at the site of the partially collapsed Champlain Tower, as Florida State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle said Tuesday that prosecutors will push for a grand jury investigation into the collapse. The White House also announcing that the president will visit the site on Thursday. And the House has passed a bill to remove statues of those who voluntarily served in the Confederacy from the U.S. Capitol. The measure passed in a 285 to 120 vote Tuesday. The bill's future in the Senate is uncertain. The House passed it last year, but no action was taken in the upper chamber. You're listening to USA Radio News.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, Sunday, New York City, Baltimore, Philly all recorded their first 90-degree high temperatures in what was forecast to be a string of hot days. Boston, Washington, D.C. peaked at 89 Sunday, then soared to 97 and 91, respectively, to start the week. New York at 92 Monday, Baltimore and Philly 94. All these cities expected to rack up at least 3 days of 90-plus degree heat. That's a heat wave. Newark, New Jersey, Tuesday, this past day, saw the mercury at 101 degrees. First time you've hit the century mark since 2013. The heat index in Newark was well into the triple digits, as it was in many locations there in the Northeast. Light winds, high humidity in some areas have been kind of a trademark of the heat wave that's still building. Well, walking during the afternoon Sunday in the Cleveland area, it felt like swimming in a pool with the high humidity, practically no air moving at all. According to an intern at AccuWeather, temperatures peaked just short of 90 in Cleveland and Pittsburgh Sunday. They both hit the 90-degree mark on Monday. The summery weather pattern continues with the high humidity, light winds, and hot air through today along the I-95 corridor. It's going to feel like anywhere from 95 to 110 across the region for several hours during the afternoon. That's where, at those levels, strenuous exercise and manual labor can be very taxing, leading to heat-related illnesses. So take the proper precautions, even though late June, early July tend to bring hot, humid weather on a rather routine basis. The heat wave through today going to produce temperatures ranging as much as 15 degrees above average for this time of year. All right, the most common zone for slightly lower temperatures with the sea breeze, right at the beaches. From New England right on down through the mid-Atlantic, again through the day today. Got kind of a stagnant weather pattern, mainly sunny, hot, humid conditions, beginning to break down during the second half of the week. We'll start to begin seeing some relief as we head toward the July 4th weekend. So hang on for that. In other words, it's been downright hot up in your neck of the woods.
Hey, what do you say there, Mike? What day is it?
Well, it's hump day, of course.
I was going to say, that's your cue, Steve.
Yeah, hump day.
So, you went to go to me right when my guy comes to unlock my door to get into my computer there to load my trailer there. Somewhere between 20 minutes to 1 and 10 minutes to 1, he usually shows up. So I had to say, I guess I'll call you back. But anyways, so who was it there? It was Kentucky. What was his last name? Part of his name?
That's Kentucky Ken.
Talking about getting out of law enforcement and going into the transportation department.
That is Kentucky Ken.
Kentucky Ken, yeah. Unless I would suggest, unless you find a niche, if you got something set up as a niche type work, well, I don't know. I don't have any good things to say about the trucking industry, really. The normal over the road type work stuff and that. People I know, what it costs to be out on the road, to live out on the road. I mean, if it works for you, if you try it, if it works for you, great. But I know a lot of people have tried it and didn't like it and come back to doing local type work, kind of like what I do. So, but there's something out there for everyone. So don't let me say that, what I do is all great, because I know there's a lot of people that can't stand doing what I do, that, I go out every day and start at the same place pretty much and go to the same places and go back home. And there's a lot of people that can't take that either, especially in the area I work in. But there's also a reason that I'm out here at this time of day and I'm not out there all day long during 2 rush hours. So But yeah, so Lester Holt there, he was on the TV news last night, I see, and says that it was I don't know, he put some big high fancy word on there like, can you imagine that the gas prices are going to go up for the holiday? Yeah, are you surprised, Steve? Are you surprised they're raising the gas prices
Well, you
for
wouldn't.
the 4th of July holiday?
We've come to expect that, right?
Isn't that just a surprise? So, and then the other thing is they actually showed on the NBC national news last night that in between the major border crossings with the southern border, down there on the southern border, there's actually fentanyl coming across the border, Steve. Can you imagine that there's smugglers bringing fentanyl into this country?
No way.
Can you believe that? Yeah. But they did. They put it on the left-leaning, national news. So I think the news is turning against the administration a little bit. How could NBC News actually broadcast that there's fentanyl coming across the southern border in uncharted numbers, and it's like, hey, get this, Steve, it's young single men in their 20s.
Huh.
Can you imagine that? But
so we
but
actually
anyways,
actually got a little shred of truth from NBC's nightly news, huh?
Yep. Just a little there, just a little, but yeah, we're gonna get Tucker off the air, and I think it's a good thing that Tucker Carlson doesn't call your show, because I can only imagine what your call screener would be putting up for you for his name.
Right.
Right. Yeah, we know where that's going. But anyways, there. So one other thing with the transportation industry, I guess if somebody wants to get into the food delivery business, especially in the Richmond area, there's a company down there. Well, it's not down there. At least in New England, Mid-Atlantic, is McLean Foods. McLean Foods, I believe it is. They have an advertisement out there for a $10,000 retention bonus. Now that's 10,000,000, $10,000 retention bonus. Now, have you heard of a retention bonus instead of a sign-on bonus?
I can't say that I have. So that's if they get you there and you stick around for a certain amount of time.
I guess I'm tempted to call just to find out what the deal is. Not that I go do anything like that again, because I've done my food delivery stint before. But it wasn't a bad job. Again, it's if you know what you're expecting to do and you want to do that's a great job. But I just never heard the term retention bonus before instead of retention instead of sign-on bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So thought that was kind of interesting, and I did send you the link there for that Mustang there that has record-breaking warp speed. Did you see that article I sent you with how fast that electric Mustang goes? I don't remember the speed, but the time was somewhere over 8 seconds.
Yeah, it was 8 something. I think last night I said something like 6 something, which I guess that would have been really, really fast. But yeah, I think it 171 mile an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, but if the Mustang does it in over 8 seconds and the Fire Punk Diesel S10 does it in under 4, doesn't that mean the Fire Punk Diesel could go down once, turn around, come back, and go down a second time and still beat the electric Mustang twice?
Are they? I can't remember. Are they doing the quarter mile or the 8th mile? The 4 second deal was the 8th mile.
Okay. Well, as I say, it just caught me, and it's like, yeah, it's like the Fire Punk Diesel could do the track twice and still beat them both times. But I just thought that was kind of funny. But I don't know. Anyways, so we're talking to our financial advisor last night. He lives down in South Carolina, and he's got a boat that, well, I don't know. Some people call it a yacht, I guess, but it's down there in the Keys. He keeps it down there in the Keys. And I said, so how do you make out getting around out in the water with that? He says, we do pretty good there. I said, so where do you put all your solar panels? I said, you keep them on the roof of that thing? He says, no. He says, there's not enough room for solar panels on the roof because we usually jump off the roof to go swimming. I'm like, well, how are you all green running that boat out there? He says, well, he said he kept his electric up, what would, is, for air conditioning and stuff like that, and refrigeration and all that, uses a generator, burns about a gallon an hour. He said his boat burns about 30 gallons an hour out there on the water, 30 gallons an hour. And can you imagine that? Now, where are all these boats out there on the oceans? We talk about this going green and where the trucks are going to get recharged and the cars are going to get recharged. What's going to happen to these boats when they're all on batteries and they're out there bobbing around in the ocean and their batteries run out of power? Well, what are they going to do then? Are they going to hoist up a bed sheet on a stick to try to have a sail to try to what? This whole thing is just totally crazy. And I do want to say, with this 3 days of over 90-degree heat, I've been doing my share to help the electric grid, Steve. I got the air conditioning set on 73, and upstairs there where I sleep, where I take my nap during the day, I got my window air conditioner. I got that set on 66. So I just want everybody to know I'm helping out the oil, gas, coal industry, whatever's left, nuclear, water turbine, whatever's got to generate power. I'm helping them.
You're doing your part to suck up as much juice as you possibly can.
Damn right. If there's a blackout in the Mid-Atlantic, it's my fault because I ain't letting up any. Burn the wires up. We'll figure out where they're bad.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyways, I guess you should be getting a quarter-hour break here, so I don't know. We don't have a whole lot left. I see there was some lightning to the north of Pennsylvania border up there, so it looks like there's a storm maybe going through. Looks like some yellow and red up there in Williamsport, so maybe check on that, report that back to us. So anyways, we'll catch you later and enjoy your hump day.
All right. Good to hear from you. Yeah, quick break here, and we come back with more. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Horsefeather's talking about the fast electric car. Records fell over the weekend at the Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals as Ford's all-electric Mustang Cobra Jet, the Cobra Jet 1400, flew down the strip at Summit Motorsports Park, breaking its own full-bodied electric vehicle drag racing world record twice over. Funny car legend Bob Tasker III behind the wheel. The all-electric Mustang Cobra Jet 1400 made its first trip down the quarter mile. There it is, quarter mile at Summit Motorsports Park. A pass of 8.26 seconds. That's 167 mile an hour. That was fast enough to break the car's previous best of 8.27, set back in September last year. Not content with a single world record pass, however, Tasca sent the Cobra Jet 1400 down the strip a second time, cementing the world record status with an 8.128, 171.97 miles an hour. The Mustang Cobra Jet 1400 is it's a one-off creation, they say. It may be the most extreme drag racer Ford's ever built. Power output comes by the way of four PN 250DZR inverters mated to a pair of DS 250-115S motors. The powertrain was developed alongside Cascadia Motion, which runs 800 volts and up to 700 amps. Yeah, despite what the name might suggest, this electric Mustang racer lays down 1,502 horsepower and 1,100 foot-pounds of torque. Okay. So this electric Mustang, this package lays down 3 times as much power as the famous Mustang GT. That's pretty wild. I mean, I've got the video, but I haven't checked it out with the audio on. I'm guessing it's, aside from a burnout, it's almost it's a silent launch when the green light flashes. Just zips down the track. All right, let's see here. About 5 before the hour. Who we got next up here? It says a shock rich. Who we got?
Oh, my God. What's it say again?
A shock rich calling in to say hello. That must be bass backwards.
I don't know how the hell you're getting that, Steve. I swear I don't. Bass backwards, damn it.
Hey, what's going on tonight? Hey, this is your fourth call. You're up to number 4, brother.
I was going to remind you of that. Tomorrow will be 5, and I'll be off for a while, so I'll just have to sneak and peek once in a while on the show. The wife will be driving, so yeah, I don't. I keep getting messages on my iPhone. It says you have malware. Your phone is infected. All that stuff. So then, you go try to straighten it out. Apple's difficult. You got a password for this, a password for that, password for that. I told my wife, I'm done with Apple. I'm going back to Droid. I had Droid before. So I'll throw that out there. Anybody out there have Apple and went back to Droid, let me know how that worked out. Of course, I have to get used to using the damn phone again. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, where the hell was I? I've tuned in late, so I'm going to talk about something. If you already talked about it, you can just shut me up, okay? I read today, of course, I do a lot of reading on Facebook. You probably already heard it, but anyway, out in Oregon, the Senate passed 1711. They passed to let illegal immigrants have Medicare, or Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Medicaid, I think it was. So, you know, if I was the Democrats and I vote for that crap out there, vote them people in, they really don't have no reason to bitch, but that's what they get. But I gotta ask the question. I explained to you before, all the people down the damn Interstate Street, Steve, is living in tents. I mean, literally, I had video of it. I can probably get it back out there again, but all the way up and down the damn interstate on the side in the grass, tent after tent after tent. And they got it trashed up. It looks nasty. And that's where these people got to live, and that's it. So my question is, they're Americans. They're not getting Medicaid. I'm just wondering what the hell they're getting. But the illegal aliens are. So tell me who's getting discriminated against?
Mm-hmm.
Own American. They're own American. Anyway, I'll get off that subject. And I've been hearing Greg Abbott out there talk a lot about, and I like Greg Abbott. I really do. I think he's a good governor for Texas. And he has some interesting things to say. But lately he's been bitching about, getting the National Guard down there. I think he should have had them down there day one. Crap or get off the pot.
Mm-hmm.
Quit talking about it. Get the damn National Guard down there. Now I hear that Florida's donating some of theirs. Nebraska, Iowa, New Mexico. That fine-looking governor down there in New Mexico. You know who I'm talking about.
There's a whole bunch of states that they're sending some of their law enforcement personnel and whatnot down to assist as well.
Right. Okay, here's my damn question. Are they going to send them down there to help, what's the damn word, to get them in, what's the word I'm looking for, Steve, to check their ID
out? Just to
process
them?
Process them. Yeah. Is that what they're going to do, or are they going to actually stop them from coming across the border or grab them and throw them back across the border? Because if they're just going to help process them, what damn good is the National Guard going to do down there? So that's my question. I mean, why are they going there? Is that the reason they're going there? To help process them in? Or are they going to actually turn them back around and send them back across the border?
It's a fair question. My understanding is that the agents that we have, the Border Patrol, are so strained and resources stretched so thin trying to handle all these that are being held at the various facilities down there that they don't have anybody actually to be out there patrolling the damn border. So I think they're looking to get down there to assist in patrolling the border. Now, how much that's going to impact turning them back away or not allowing them to cross into the country, I'm not sure exactly, but that's my understanding. Yeah, here about an hour ago, I shared a link of that photograph. He's not kidding when he's saying, Portland's a dump. It's a picture of the courthouse. It says, the caption, here's a picture of the courthouse in Afghanistan. And you would think it was, but no, wait a minute. It's actually Portland, Oregon. That is how trashed the place is. All right, we got to get a news update. More to come here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the debate over the origins of COVID-19 intensifies, there are more calls for an independent investigation into the lab at Wuhan, China, where the virus is suspected of leaking from. Republican lawmakers held a forum on Tuesday on the virus's origins, with several scientists and former members of the Trump administration testifying. Admiral Brett Garrar was the White House director of COVID testing during the Trump administration and told the panel that the evidence that the virus leaked from the Wuhan lab was too coincidental.
It is just too much of a coincidence that a worldwide pandemic caused by a novel bat coronavirus that cannot be found in nature started just a few miles away from a secretive laboratory doing potentially dangerous research on bat coronavirus.
The Republican members of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus said they invited Dr. Anthony Fauci to participate in the discussion, but he declined. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The peacekeeping force maintained by the UN could soon be facing a new problem, a lack of funding. Lance Pry has the details.
Officials and diplomats for the United Nations on Monday said the organization's global peacekeeping missions may be eliminated if the United Nations General Assembly does not reach an agreement on its $6 billion budget. Diplomats are blaming negotiating procedures, logistics, and talks that put China against Western powers for the inability to reach an agreement on funding. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court left the CDC's ban on residential evictions in place. The court declining to allow a federal court judge's decision to go into effect that would have lifted the ban nationwide. A group of landlords challenged the moratorium, and a federal judge sided with them in May, but put a hold on the ruling pending an appeal. The landlords then appealed to the Supreme Court, requesting that the ruling be unfrozen. The moratorium is currently set to expire on July 31st. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
As the search and rescue mission continues at the collapsed condominium tower in Surfside, Florida, the effort to discover the cause of that collapse has just begun, with preliminary efforts focusing on a 2018 inspection that found cracks in concrete columns, beams, and walls in the building's parking garage. Alan Kilsheimer is a structural engineer who's been hired by the city to investigate the collapse. He tells CNBC that multiple factors may have caused the collapse and that he will be looking for the trigger.
The issue is that when you have cracks, depending on the size, the cracks alone generally are not a major cause of a problem. The reinforcing steel, when you look at rusted reinforcing steel, it'll look like a lot of rust, but rust is an expansive material on steel. So you have to wire brush the steel, you get the rust off, and you see how much good metal is left. So, they all will be some of the things that possibly could have contributed to the collapse in some form or another, but you have to find the trigger also of what actually precipitated the collapse.
And the Edmonton Oilers' Conor McGregor was named the NHL's MVP Tuesday night, taking home the Hart Trophy. It's the second time McDavid has been tapped as the league's most valuable player. He was unanimously voted MVP, receiving 100 first-place votes. The only other player to win the Hart Trophy with a unanimous vote was Wayne Gretzky, following the 1981-82 season. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, another hour off and rolling here on a Hump Day. Hope your week's going well. Getting kind of excited about the Independence Day weekend. Someone sent me an email this past day. What's going on for Sunday night, Monday morning? I did mention that. Yeah, that'll be my holiday. So we're going to run, they're putting something together. We're going to cut a couple liners that, hey, it's me, enjoying a little R&R. So we're going to be running a previously aired program. Maybe some interviews that you might have missed, things of that nature. So, yeah, that'll be Sunday night, Monday morning, Independence Day holiday, then back into action Tuesday morning of next week. As we'll be kicking off July tomorrow morning, actually. First day of July, getting underway Thursday morning. Ah, boy. Meanwhile, in Chicago, did you catch what an exciting weekend we saw there in Chicago? Mayhem, pandemonium, blood, sweat, and tears in the streets. Nearly 70 people shot. Another violent weekend in Chicago. That's right, Mayor Lightfoot's Chicago. According to Breitbart, 27 were shot Friday into Saturday night alone. By Monday morning at 5:15 a.m., the number was up to at least 67 people shot. 17 were shot, 2 killed in 2 separate attacks on Sunday alone. One of the shootings was a drive-by that injured 5, killed 1. The other was an attack by at least 3 armed men, resulting in 10 wounded and 1 dead. Drive-by shooting at about 8:45 Sunday night. 6 people standing on the sidewalk, someone inside an SUV just opens fire, killing a female, wounding 5 males. The dead female was actually shot 6 times. Several hours later, 11 p.m., 3 armed men came out of an alley opening fire. Gunshots struck 6 men, 5 women. 1 of the women succumbed to her wounds. The surviving women, ages 24 to 57. The wounded men, ages 21 to 42. Conditions of the men range from good to serious condition. Chicago, like all of Illinois, has a red flag law, a 72-hour waiting period on gun purchases, and a requirement that would-be gun buyers first acquire a firearm owner's identification card. That involves a background check. Oh, that's Cook County, by the way. Cook County has an assault weapons ban. 316 homicides in the Windy City during the time frame of January 1 to June 23rd. Already at 316 dead in Chicago. How does law enforcement even keep up with it? I mean, I guess if you're an officer in and around Chicago, all you do day and night is respond to calls of shootings. Yeah, what else could you find time to do? 67 shot in the weekend? Good. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Good.
Your son should thank his lucky stars he's not a police officer in the city of Chicago.
Yes.
It's got to be a really, really tough job. And you can see why they're retiring and leaving the force in droves. But let's keep defunding the police, Steve.
Yep.
You know, I think I sent you a list of all the cities that have defunded the police. And the Biden administration keeps lying about, oh, no, we need more money to fund the police. That is a crock of crap. Okay? They've been talking about the funding the police since last summer, since the riots. It's just unbelievable, Steve. I was actually going to talk about that Chicago deal, but you already went through it. You know, I lived in Illinois for 35 years, and they've got the strictest gun laws in the nation. But look what's going on. You know, it's not the guns. It's not the law-abiding citizens. It's the drug dealers, the gang members, the criminals. They're buying these guns illegally. You know, stolen guns. That's what they are. And then, Steve, they've got a ban on assault weapons. They've got a magazine ban. You can't get a 30-round magazine in Cook County.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even get ammo delivered to Illinois, you know, if you buy it online. So, you know, the problem isn't the guns or the ammo. The problem is the reprobates that live on that south side, you know, who have been oppressed by the Democrats. You want to talk about oppression? That's who's oppressed them. For how many years? Hey, Steve, I served in the military with, you know, being from the East Coast, I met a lot of African-American guys out of the slums of Chicago, out of the South Side, back in the late 70s. And they talked about this same kind of thing, the murders, the shootings. That's why they get out of there to join the military, to try to make a life for themselves. So this has been going on for 50 years.
Yep.
Hasn't changed under Democratic rule. Never will. But what was that gentleman who was talking about he couldn't understand why they're doing this to his grandkids and his kids. Gosh, I forget the guy's name. It wasn't Kentucky Ken. It was the caller after him. Gosh, I'm having a brain cramp, Steve.
Was it Pigpen?
Pardon me?
I think it was Pigpen.
Yeah, it might have been Pigpen. He said he couldn't understand why this country's going the way it is for his kids and his grandkids. And I'll tell you why. It's Marxism. It's about control. It's about power. That's what the Democrats are trying to do. You know, Steve, a perfect example is in the last half century, you look at Cuba and you look at Venezuela, those two countries, okay, just those two examples. Back in the 50s, Cuba used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. I mean, it was a big tourist country back in the 40s and the 50s. You know, the mob was involved there, obviously, with the casinos and the hotels. But Cuba was one of the most beautiful countries to visit in the world back in the 50s. And look what happened to it when Castro took over with communism and Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
They destroyed the economy. They destroyed the people. They put the thumb on them. You know, and anybody that didn't agree, they either imprisoned them or slaughtered them. Venezuela, the same thing, Steve. 20 years ago, Venezuela was one of the richest countries in the world 20 years ago. And now it's just like the last caller was talking about, you know, what Portland looks like. You know, with the people living in the tents.
Third world country.
Nothing to eat. Third world country, exactly. And I talked to your previous, the guy you had on for your backup there on your other station. A year and a half ago, Steve, I said, if we let this continue, that's what this country's going to look like. They're trying to turn it into Venezuela. The first thing they need to do is destroy the economy. They're doing that. The second thing is they need to control the speech, control the people, one police state. Why do you think they talk about defunding the police? Because they want a one police state.
Yep.
The federal government wants to take over policing. You know, you look at that federal courthouse, Steve. That courthouse was attacked for 3-4 months straight, and now it looks like a war zone up there.
Yep.
You know, no one's being held accountable. I haven't heard of anybody being prosecuted for attacking that courthouse, whether it be Antifa or Black Lives Matter. I don't know if you have or not, but I haven't. I mean, this is a federal courthouse. Trump wanted to send in the National Guard.
Yep.
They said, oh, no, we don't need the National Guard. Destroy the city of Portland. You know, it's happening in California, Washington, all those states, Oregon. But the Biden administration, they're more concerned about having a press conference on transgenderism. You know, we're going to support transgenderism, and we're gonna not back the bill that the GOP is trying to push through on protecting children from making wrong decisions in their life about their sex. I mean, 8 and 9-year-olds should have no say-so in that. I'm sorry. You know, if you're a parent, would you want your 8 or 9-year-old kid deciding, well, I wonder if I'm a boy or a girl?
Right.
I mean, come on. It's absolutely sick. But for that one caller, you know, about the, you know, why they're doing this to our country, I strongly encourage him to buy Levin's book, That American Marxism, and I'll be sending you a copy, Steve, in 2 weeks. As soon as it comes out, I'm going to get your address through email off the air, and I'll be sending you your copy. And one other thing, Steve, did you see where Nike came out and basically said they're a Chinese company?
Yes, yes. They're
all in, Steve.
They're all in, yes. Communist China, Nike.
They're all in for the revolution, and they're not the only company. There's a lot of big corporate companies out there. These people are corporatists, not capitalists. And there's a lot of companies out there, Nike being number one. I haven't bought a Nike product in, I don't know how long, 20 years. And I will continue to boycott that company. You know, but all these athletes are in for the revolution. LeBron James, Stephon Curry, all of them. You know, Steve, all that stuff that's made over there for Samsung, for Nike, for the Gap, who sells the clothes, that's all performed by the Uyghurs. Muslim slave labor is what it is. They're being tortured. They're working in factories for nothing. And they're being oppressed. But LeBron James doesn't have a problem with that. The Biden administration doesn't have a problem with that. The CEO doesn't have a problem with that from Nike. But they have a problem with the voting laws in Georgia, right?
Exactly. Right? Yep.
It's just unbelievable, Steve, how disgusting these radical leftists are. It really is. You know, on a deal, when I saw that from Nike, I wasn't surprised at all. It's just a matter of time before more of them start coming out. And the only thing we can do about it, Steve, is just stop buying their products. You know, I mean, all these corporatists, they're just been getting rich off us for years and years and years. Just stop buying their products and find a better company. You know, for instance, a MyPillow type company. A guy like that worked hard, who's a capitalist, built a great business, and he's a great American. He was at Trump's rally, by the way, Steve, Mike Lindell, in Ohio on Saturday. And I'll tell you what, when President Trump introduced him, the crowd went crazy. They went crazy. They love that guy. He's a stand-up American. There was one other thing I wanted to touch on, but again, Steve, tonight for some reason, I'm having a couple of brain cramps. So you have yourself a good night.
All right. Yeah, we'll give you the rest of the story on Nike. Yeah, believe it or not, Chinese people are actually boycotting Nike more than people here in the United States. Yeah, for the treatment for the fact, as he just said, that they're using slave labor. All right, quick time out, though. It's 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
You know, as they pretty much always do, companies like Nike deny the claims. No, it's not happening. Well, if we can't see it, and they tell us it's not happening, I guess we have to believe them, right? Yeah, no. Those that are there on the ground in China know what's going on. Here's what Steve was talking about, though. John Donahue, the current CEO of Nike, is doubling down in support of their deeply rooted business ties to communist China. Recent interview, Donahue was asked about how his company's handling competition from Chinese brands, to which he responded, quote, Nike is a brand that is of China and for China. Wall Street analysts have been probing Nike ever since the latest earnings report, which was much higher than expected. Despite backlash against the company over its statements about Xinjiang, that's the province there in China. Nike's fourth quarter earnings showed revenues had doubled to a better than expected $12.3 billion in the first months of this year. Nike's revenues in China also rose to more than $1.9 billion, but that was below expectations of $2.2 billion. Donahue is confident that communist China will continue to be a fast-growing market for the company, helping to rake in record profits regardless of the human rights abuses that are occurring there. We've been in China for over 40 years, he said. Phil Knight invested significant time and energy in China in the early days. Today, we're the largest sport brand there. Phil Knight, by the way, is the co-founder and former CEO of Nike. Now, they point out the reason Nike failed to meet their Chinese numbers has to do with the nationwide boycott there that also took aim at the Swedish fashion retailer H&M. While we in America continue to buy Nike products despite the horrific track record of evil, Chinese people have been saying no to Nike products due to the company's continued support and use of slave labor in the Xinjiang region. It is believed that both Nike and H&M are using cotton harvested by Muslim Uyghurs, potentially millions of whom are being held as slaves in concentration camps. Back in December, the BBC published an investigative report based on research showing China has been forcing hundreds of thousands of minorities, including Muslim Uyghurs, to harvest cotton for multinational corporations like Nike and H&M. Xinjiang province, the largest region, produces 20% of the world's cotton. It's supposed to be an autonomous region. In recent decades, though, Han Chinese, China's ethnic majority, have migrated to Xinjiang, fueling tensions that in some cases have erupted into chaos and violence. Communist Chinese authorities responded with a massive security crackdown that critics say violates the rights of the Uyghurs. The government, meanwhile, says we have to do this to combat separatism and terrorism. Uyghurs held in the concentration camps are said to be tortured, sexually abused, forced to work manual labor for companies like Nike and H&M. Of course, the Chinese government denies those claims, insisting the concentration camps are actually re-education facilities to help lift the Uyghurs out of poverty? Re-education facilities. Back in March, a group of Western countries imposed sanctions on officials in China over these alleged abuses. Introduced as a coordinated effort by the United States, Canada, the UK, and the European Union. Separate statements, both Nike and H&M indicate they are concerned about these allegations of these people being forced to pick cotton, but both companies claim they don't source cotton from that region. China is, however, one of H&M's main sources of supply, and like with Nike, it is also a major market for selling merchandise. And there's numerous stories about corporations like Nike that are making billions of dollars from Chinese slavery. All right, we'll get a quick break in here. We'll come back. Sean got you coming up next, and I think Dan's on the line, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Another victim found.
Very unfortunately, one additional victim was recovered. So the number of deceased is now at 12. The number of unaccounted is now 149.
Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava making that announcement at a Tuesday evening press briefing. The search continues at the site of the partially collapsed Champlain Tower, as Florida State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle said Tuesday that prosecutors will push for a grand jury investigation into the collapse. The White House also announcing that the president will visit the site on Thursday. And the House has passed a bill to remove statues of those who voluntarily served in the Confederacy from the U.S. Capitol. The measure passed in a 285 to 120 vote Tuesday. The bill's future in the Senate is uncertain. The House passed it last year, but no action was taken in the upper chamber. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So what they say, their death toll at officially 12. going to take a lot of time. I think the announcement yesterday, they've actually moved like 3 million pounds of concrete from that collapsed building there in Florida. They barely made a dent. Wow. Then we find out the president of the Tower South Association warned residents several months ago that the concrete deterioration in the building had got significantly worse since that inspection back in 2018. The board president addressed the situation in a letter to neighbors on April the 9th of this year. He said, quote, "The concrete deterioration is accelerating. The roof situation got much worse, so extensive roof repairs had to be incorporated." He further describes issues facing the building, saying, "When you can visually see the concrete spalling, aka cracking, that means the rebar holding it together is rusting and deteriorating beneath the surface." And at no time, though, did experts, either from the town or the engineering firm, describe these threats as dangerous. They never relayed that there was an imminent threat that could cause failure of the building. There's actually still one board member that's missing with one of her family members. Other members of the board are safe. A structural field survey back in 2018 found several things wrong with the building. Major structural damage below the pool deck, as they've been reporting. The failed waterproofing causing major structural damage to the concrete structural slab below these areas. Now, that report detailed significant cracks and breaks in the concrete. Didn't say whether the structure was at any risk of collapsing, but the group said they provided an estimate to the condo association to, quote, "make the extensive necessary repairs." The April letter seeks to explain a $15 million special assessment to condo owners that would be discussed at an upcoming meeting. The initial scope of the 2018 estimate had expanded, according to the letter. Other previously identified projects had been rolled under the main project. New problems had been identified. Costs, of course, go up every year. That's how we've gone from what was initially a $9 million repair estimate to the much larger figure of $15 million in repairs. So I guess they've been talking about repairs. Talk. All talk, no action. Obviously, enough time passed. It's too little, too late now. Now, most of the people in the adjoining tower, the one that's still standing, they say, haven't moved out. I think there's a couple of families there that have requested to be transferred, to be moved somewhere else. It's hard to believe, but there were also some photographs unveiled this past day from that building where they're saying there are numerous areas where concrete cracks have occurred since the other tower came down. Obviously, it came down with a lot of force, a lot of shaking that would have impacted the other building. I can't imagine people still staying in there after witnessing what happened to their neighbors. But I digress. Hey, what's going on with Sean this morning? Hi there.
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, I'm first-time caller, long-time listener. I got to know before we go any further, how much time do you spend preparing for the show? You're so full of knowledge; it's crazy to me.
I spend a couple of hours every evening. I come in here. I typically sit down. I come in, sit down at the computer about 10 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, go through, get all my latest stuff printed up, get the latest weather information all put together. And over the years, though, I've been doing it long enough to where I know where I want to go and where I'm going to look to find the latest. I get a lot of help from some of our listening friends that send me emails. Yeah, Steve and Deranger, a bunch of people send me stuff to help out with the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I love listening to your program. Like I said, I don't call much because I'm more of a listener, and I just enjoy that. But Chevy guy kind of, made me feel guilty because I don't call in or nothing. So I have to give a shout out to him. But anyway, I was at the Norwalk races, and I've seen that Mustang, that electric Mustang, go down the track there, and that was crazy, man. I mean, that was for an electric car, and the only thing you could hear when it went by was just a whistle. You had to listen to it. I mean, it sounded just like a whistle. It was amazing.
Wow.
How that thing was going down the track there. How fast it was, too, for an electric car, anyway.
Right.
But, and I had another question for you. It's Tom Bigby. I don't know if you're okay to talk about it or not, but I know he was sick a while back. Is he still, is he doing pretty good, or do you know, or?
I haven't spoke directly to him in several months it's been, but yeah, I mean, after he had gone through his cancer treatment, he was in what they call remission and whatnot. To my knowledge, he's doing okay. I see him. We're friends on Facebook, and I see he posts stuff here and there, and funny guy like he always was.
I got you.
So, best of my knowledge, he's doing all right.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm more of a listener than a talker, so that's pretty much all I had tonight. So I appreciate the program.
Are you a Hot Shot Secret user? Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet, Sean?
No, I haven't tried it yet or anything. I mean, the only thing I could use it in would be my vehicles, as far as that goes, my cars.
Yeah.
But, I don't have no diesel or anything like that, but.
Well, they've got the full line of stuff for your automobiles, too. First-time caller, Sean, I'm going to hook you up with a $60 coupon code. I got your phone number here. They will text you a code to go to hotshotsecret.com. Get you some Stiction Eliminator and some of the Gasoline Extreme. If you don't have a diesel, put the Gasoline Extreme. That'll clean stuff out. And if you got enough left over, maybe get you a little bottle of FR3 for future use.
I'll do that. I appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you so much for listening in. See, that was worth the phone call, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, it was. It was. I appreciate that, man. Have a good night.
Thank you for listening in. All right. What are we looking at? About 16 before the hour. 844-3388. I believe Dan is on the line. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
You were talking about Nike, and there's another one that I heard on Sunday night about Subway. I believe Subway. Is it that Rapinoe, that soccer player that hates America?
Yeah.
And she's now the spokesperson for Subway. Well, I will never go to Subway again. I know a lot of drivers. There's more drivers that go to Subway. More of your listeners go to Subway than buy Nike products. I haven't bought them in at least 15 or 20 years. And like Steve, your caller I think he's out of Chicago. But Subway is one that really. I mean, I can't believe, why would you choose a person like that? Am I correct? Is that the one who is spokesperson for Subway now?
I know that they had put her like for Victoria's Secret. A couple of weeks ago, they announced that she was going to be like the new face of Victoria's Secret. I'm not sure about Subway. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, maybe you could check that out. I'll check it out when I'll Google it to see. But
I'm looking
I heard it on
Let me see here. All right, here we go. Soccer superstar activist Megan Rapinoe is in hot water over a recently unearthed tweet. The message in question was in response to a since deleted tweet where she seemingly mocked an Asian soccer player's eyes. That's somewhere in the mix. There's supposed to be something about Subway here as well. So I'll dig a little more and see what I can find.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to look it up also, but I like I say, I'll never go to Subway. You choose somebody like that, it's like in your face. And the other thing about Nike is their partner in crime, as I call it, is the NBA. Because without the NBA, Nike wouldn't be around. And the NBA listeners or viewership is yeah, I guess it's crashing would be a mild word for it. I absolutely, I used to enjoy listening to the NBA and watching the finals especially, and that's done with me. And I think it's done with a lot of other people. Actually, Steve, all sports is way down. Professional viewership of professional sports is way down, including the MLB. They're not getting, and I think a lot of this has to do with their support of these liberal causes, especially in baseball. So, but like I say, I really think what's happened is, and I blame corporate America. They're the ones that have bought into this, and they're the ones funding it. And I think for those of us who really appreciate this country and love this country, it's up to us to find out and verify who these companies are that are backing these defund movements, slamming America when you're on the Olympic stage, and then to boycott it. Put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. But anyway, as usual, I enjoy the show and look forward to. I haven't called in a while because so many nights I'm just anxious, just listening. I hope, are things growing pretty well? Are you able to track your viewers, your listeners?
I think, the numbers, the numbers had been growing pretty quick. They kind of slowed down a little bit here. I don't know if we're going to be doing a little more, trying to get the word out to some of the previous listeners, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess. Yeah. But I don't have the. I mean, I'm not online. Like, I guess I'm more than I realized, but I found it rather easily, and of course I listen every night that I'm out here. Now, on the nights that I'm not working, Steve, I hate to disappoint you. I don't get up to listen. You know what I'm saying? Sleep through the night is a pleasure. But,
I will not hold that against you, Dan. I won't hold that against you.
Well, anyway, thanks a lot, and I hope you enjoy your 4th with your family.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in whenever you're out there working nights and you do get a chance. All right. Further down in the story, all right, social media, many pointing out the hypocrisy, going back to Rapinoe here, the hypocrisy of this message from someone who's become an outspoken advocate for social justice and pay equality. Some have even called for her cancellation and reached out to her sponsors in an effort to see her dropped from both her Subway commercial and her Victoria's Secret collective deals. Let's see some of the comments I'm looking at via social media. I guess Subway agrees with this racist statement. They hired her and obviously have no problem with her disrespecting the flag and now Asians. I'm an Asian American, and it's just not even funny, says one poster. Jerry says, looks like the new face of Victoria's Secret, Megan Rapinoe, mocked Asians. If true, definitely sounds anti-Asian to me. Is this who Victoria's Secret wants to be associated with? Can't be that great for its brand. She also, of course, has her supporters saying that she made that tweet like 10 years ago. And this is all being pushed by conservative media. It's just backlash because how popular she now is, using her voice and her platform to speak out against discrimination. All right. Rapinoe has yet to address the controversy direct. We reached out to her representative for comment, did not hear back by the time of publication. They like those things to just go away. Just pay no attention. She said that 10 years ago, right? It is 8 before the hour. Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, if you find yourself on social media at all, I don't care which, last week I saw a whole bunch of people were sharing the video of how things work in nature. It was a video that someone caught, out in their backyard. Some sort of a hawk comes out of a tree, swoops down, and was in the process of catching a rabbit. Lunchtime, wabbit dinner. And there's a doe that comes flying out of the woods. They're assuming that her fawn was close by. And the doe proceeds to go over and attack the hawk who was attacking the rabbit. If you watch closely, you can see the rabbit is able to haul ass and get away. But that doe then proceeds with its front legs just pounding the hawk, killing it. Tom shared a video. Dan mentioned how's Tom Bigby. I pulled up his Facebook page, and he shared a video yesterday of this is like in the middle of a subdivision, and somebody's dog isn't chained up in the yard or whatever. Just, it looks like about a 40, 50-pound black and white dog that's just out there minding its own business, looking to pee out in the lawn or something. And here comes a doe trotting towards it and pretty much does the same thing as the video you saw of the doe that attacked the hawk, attacking this dog. It's kind of distressful. You had a feel for the poor puppy. But I'm assuming, I guess if this is the time of the year where they've got their fawns trying to protect their babies, hell, they might attack any damn thing. I've never seen a deer attack a dog. All right, what's going on with Knucklebuster this morning?
I ain't got no baloney today, brother. I-30 West at Texarkana, Texas, right there at the 359 South split. Just had a truck crash head on about 80 mile an hour into that concrete wall.
Ooh.
I called 911, but there ain't going to be no help for him. He flipped over, busted. I mean, there was stuff everywhere, Steve, and truck caught on fire. So, I mean, man, that was crazy. I'll have my boss man pull a clip up tomorrow and see what it looked like on film there, but I really don't want to look at it a second
You got
time.
it on dash
I may
cam.
wind up retiring when I get back.
So, I mean, you think you think it was a fatal? You think the driver survived or no?
No, I don't think he survived. He hit that concrete median wall right there head on. I mean, it was right there at the split. It's just a concrete wall to keep you from coming back on the 30. He hit it head on, Steve. I mean, I was doing 70. He passed me like I was sitting still, and he's running all over the road. I thought he was playing with his phone, but he might have been asleep. I don't know. But anyway, it's
asleep or maybe having a medical issue. Could have been having a heart attack or something. Wow.
Yeah, could have. I mean, I don't know. So it's just like crazy. So anyway, once I got past him there, I mean, I was right on top of him. He had just come around me there, so I had to check my own truck, make sure it was all right there. But you know, with this E-log, I didn't have time to stay with him or even go check on him. I got to get to Dallas with this stuff, so it's got a time-sensitive schedule. So I've got to keep going. I don't have time to fudge my log, Garrett.
Right.
I guess that's the unintended consequences of all this mess there. But anyway, great show. I'll call in later on there.
Yeah, it's got to be kind of difficult to witness something like that. Wow. So, yeah, maybe asleep at the wheel, maybe a medical issue. You never know out there. But, yeah, the dangers you face every day in that occupation out there driving a truck. Dangerous job. Always in the top 5, top 10 of most dangerous jobs in the country. Should be in the top 5. All right, we close out another hour. We'll be crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. Eastern Time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the debate over the origins of COVID-19 intensifies, there are more calls for an independent investigation into the lab at Wuhan, China, where the virus is suspected of leaking from. Republican lawmakers held a forum on Tuesday on the virus's origins, with several scientists and former members of the Trump administration testifying. Admiral Brekkerar was the White House director of COVID testing during the Trump administration and told the panel that the evidence that the virus leaked from the Wuhan lab was too coincidental.
It is just too much of a coincidence that a worldwide pandemic caused by a novel bat coronavirus that cannot be found in nature started just a few miles away from a secretive laboratory doing potentially dangerous research on bat coronavirus.
The Republican members of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus said they invited Dr. Anthony Fauci to participate in the discussion, but he declined. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The peacekeeping force maintained by the UN could soon be facing a new problem, a lack of funding. Lance Pry has the details.
Officials and diplomats for the United Nations on Monday said the organization's global peacekeeping missions may be eliminated if the United Nations General Assembly does not reach an agreement on its $6 billion budget. Diplomats are blaming negotiating procedures, logistics, and talks that put China against Western powers for the inability to reach an agreement on funding. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court left the CDC's ban on residential evictions in place. The court declining to allow a federal court judge's decision to go into effect that would have lifted the ban nationwide. A group of landlords challenged the moratorium, and a federal judge sided with them in May, but put a hold on the ruling pending an appeal. The landlords then appealed to the Supreme Court, requesting that the ruling be unfrozen. The moratorium is currently set to expire on July 31st. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
As the search and rescue mission continues at the collapsed condominium tower in Surfside, Florida, the effort to discover the cause of that collapse has just begun, with preliminary efforts focusing on a 2018 inspection that found cracks in concrete columns, beams, and walls in the building's parking garage. Alan Kilsheimer is a structural engineer who's been hired by the city to investigate the collapse. He tells CNBC that multiple factors may have caused the collapse and that he will be looking for the trigger.
The issue is that when you have cracks, depending on the size, the cracks alone generally are not a major cause of a problem. The reinforcing steel, when you look at rusted reinforcing steel, it'll look like a lot of rust, but rust is an expansive material on steel. So you have to wire brush the steel. You get the rust off and you see how much good metal is left. So, they all will be some of the things that possibly could have contributed to the collapse in some form or another, but you have to find the trigger also of what actually precipitated the collapse.
And the Edmonton Oilers' Conor McGregor was named the NHL's MVP Tuesday night, taking home the Hart Trophy. It's the second time McDavid has been tapped as the league's most valuable player. He was unanimously voted MVP, receiving 100 first-place votes. The only other player to win the Hart Trophy with a unanimous vote was Wayne Gretzky, following the 1981-82 season. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, by now, most of us know there's a shortage of automobiles, new vehicles on the dealer lots all over the country. Mentioned when I went to the dealer to get my Subaru. When was that? About a month ago. You sit down at the table. Back in the day, you'd sit down and you'd say, all right, so you're asking how much? $34,000. How about I'll make you an offer of $31,000. They go. You go back and forth. You ain't even negotiating now. You may actually be paying over sticker price. Kind of like many homes. I think 25% of the homes being sold now are being sold for more than the asking price. It's crazy. The sticker price on cars isn't sticking, and in some cases it's actually going up. Report this past day. Automakers typically see they set what they call the MSRP, manufacturer suggested retail price. You see that number on the window. But with the inventory so tight and customers clamoring for cars and trucks, dealers are charging more, increasing the price above sticker, and in some cases, requiring customers to buy certain add-ons like protective coatings and accessories as part of the increase. Some buyers say they've encountered dealerships asking for thousands above MSRP. Analysts and dealers say the practice is becoming more widespread. It's occurring on a wider range of vehicles, including more mainstream models that typically wouldn't be targeted for those kind of increase. Ken Baird, a 61-year-old from Boca Raton, Florida, said, I was shocked shopping for a Kia Telluride. The window sticker on that particular model was looking at $45,000. He said he offered to pay $3,000 over that, knowing the vehicle was in high demand, but the dealership wanted $10,000 above the original sticker. They said, I'll get that $55,000 from somebody else. He ended up buying a Toyota Highlander from another dealership, paying the MSRP, but no more. Kia spokesperson said, hey, our dealers are independent franchises and they react to market demand. So isn't that something? $10,000 over a sticker? Are you crazy? It has become a seller's market in the past year due to the COVID. Increased demand for vehicles. Meanwhile, production is faltering. They've pulled back on discounts. Yeah, those days of getting, $2,000 cash back and, taking a couple grand off the sticker price, getting a deal. Apparently it doesn't even matter what your credit score is, good, bad, indifferent. That, like I said, when I sat down with the Subaru folks, said, what kind of a deal you offering? What kind of incentives are you offering? That was the question. What kind of incentives you got right now? And he said, well, have you heard about a chip shortage? I kind of laughed. It's like, yeah. So in other words, we don't have to offer any incentives. We're not offering a damn thing right now. I think the only thing that, depending on your credit, the only thing they had to offer was maybe 0% interest over the term of the loan. That was about it. Good times. All right, back to the phones we go. What's happening this morning, Eagle? Hey there. Eagle.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to talk to you about something tonight, right quick. Something that's going on in Texas, and it's happening in California too. I see, and that's what these people with the road rage situations. These cars. I was in Dallas last week, and they on the lookout for people right now in Dallas that are shooting people for road rage altercations, cutting the man off. People are getting in their vehicles and shooting somebody. Just today, I was listening to the Dallas radio station, and a guy on a motorcycle. I don't know who made up this rule to where I noticed when you go to California, people, they ride down the zipper of the lane. They want to ride a motorcycle instead of riding on the shoulder. They ride right down the middle of the white lines. And somebody can open up their car door, somebody can move over to the next lane, and this guy on the motorcycle is a dead man. But yet they'll do it right beside a truck. I've had guys go by me on a motorcycle, riding right down the middle of the white lane, riding by an 18-wheeler truck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so today what happened in Dallas is a man was on a motorcycle riding down the zipper, as they like to call it, the white lines, and the guy in the car got mad about it. So he pulled up to the guy on the motorcycle and had an altercation, and they started arguing. The guy on the motorcycle pulled out a gun and shot the man in the car. And this man had his wife and 2 kids in the vehicle with him. Now this man is dead. Okay, so here's the deal, Steve. Like I say, I told you months ago about the gun situation. These people nowadays think that they're a tough guy because they packing a gun or got a gun. It makes you nothing but a coward because I didn't grow up in a situation like this. When I grew up, if you had an altercation with a man, you fought him with your hands and made the best man win. See, the way people go about doing business now, nobody wins. Because, see, somebody's going to get shot and somebody's going to the graveyard and the other man is going to the jailhouse and he's going to be in jail. And so you got 2 lives that are totally ruined over something that's just totally stupid as far as I'm concerned. The violence on the roads. And that leads me right back to Chicago. And I've been talking to you about Chicago for years now, Steve. Do you realize over the weekend in Chicago, over 70 people were shot? 70 people were gunned down in the city of Chicago over this last Friday through Sunday weekend. The violence continues on and on and on. Over simple altercations are turning into somebody losing their life. And we coming up on another holiday, another 3-day holiday in the city of Chicago where the records will be kept. And there'll probably be another record set in Chicago from Friday until Monday morning when the records stop. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me if over 100 people get gunned down in the city of Chicago this weekend, Steve. Like I said, Chicago is an embarrassment. That mayor that runs Chicago, she's an embarrassment. Do you realize, Steve, somebody said this a long time ago, do you realize that more people get gunned down in Chicago than a war zone, than Afghanistan and Pakistan where we have military? You stand a better chance of getting shot in Chicago than you do in Afghanistan or Pakistan. Now, don't you think that's embarrassing?
That's disgusting. It's sad. Very sad.
That's what I'm saying. That's real sad that you stand a better chance of being gunned down in the United States than you do in a foreign nation. So, like I say, Chicago is out of control. The mayor of Chicago, she should have been fired or either stepped down out of disgrace, because if she thinks she's doing a good job running the city of Chicago, I beg to differ. And like I said, I promise you that somebody else like I say, it's a democratically run city, and all those people, they keep talking about defunding the police and this and that, taking police off the street. Well, I'd love to see what would happen if they want to defund the police in Chicago and take them off the street. Instead of 70 people being gunned down, maybe we'll jump that number up to about a 200 or 300 over a weekend period. So all these people that want to protest the police. And that brings me back to one other thing, Steve. I don't know if you noticed, you might read up on this story. Somebody that was an Olympic person that qualified for the Olympics for the United States of America in the hammer throw event, she decided that she doesn't like the United States, so she turned her back on the when they were playing the national anthem. She decided that she was going to turn her back such as Colin Kaepernick on the United States of America. Well, the only thing I have to say to her is, if you don't like the United States and you don't like what the U.S. represents, why don't you go represent another country? Why don't you go throw the hammer throw for another country such as Russia or North Korea, and we'll see how they treat you over there. I'm pretty sure that you won't have the same rights that you have in the United States. It just pisses me off when people don't appreciate where they live at, Steve. So that's what I have to say to her. If you don't like the United States, go find somewhere else to live. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Saw a lot of people this past day focusing on the other two athletes that were on the podium, you know, with the chick that turned her back on the flag. She finished third place, first place and second place. And a lot of people saying, you know what? You know, screw that chick that turned her back. We should be focusing on these proud, supporting the flag Americans with their hand over the heart for the national anthem. Deanna Price and Brooke Anderson. They came in first and second. We should focus on celebrating them and not even give that Gwen chick the time of day. That's a valid point. All right, quick time out here. We'll get an NTPA update just ahead after a big weekend, which a lot of it got rained out, if you didn't catch it. Yeah, Thursday, of course, I think they got, 2 rounds in. We spoke to John Dunlap on the program there on Friday morning. They did get their drag pools in Friday. Then the heavens opened up once again. Saturday got rained out. So not a whole lot of dragging on that 3-day weekend there in Tomah, Wisconsin. Details ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more.
The
The thunder rolls on in Toma, some last hook luck for the Shamrock, and beer wasn't all that was pouring in Dairyland. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Let's get the bad news out of the way. Saturday's steady drizzle arrived shortly after dawn and set in to spell a premature end to the 45th annual Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Nationals in Toma, Wisconsin. For those unfamiliar, championship pulling takes place on a carefully prepared dirt track. And while a facility like Toma is always equipped with earth-moving machinery like graders and plows, and highly qualified operators that can repair even the soggiest sod, it simply has to stop raining so the track prep can get underway. The disappointment of the final public address announcement came less than 48 hours after Thursday's Session 1 was terminated with just 2 classes in the books, as strong storms moved into Wisconsin's Monroe County, bringing torrential downpours and lightning. But enough about that, for there are still 13 Toma 2021 winners to call and congratulate. And for several of them, it'll be a local call, as 6 of those victorious hail from the land of milk and, well, more milk. The lone 2-class weekend champion is Colin Berkholtz from 14 miles away in Wilton, Wisconsin, as his unbadged International 1456 claimed first and second in the 2 runnings of the Regional National Light Pro Stock class. Troy Schradel of nearby Fort Atkinson and his Contents Under Pressure 4010 nipped Berkholtz by 9 inches to prevent the sweep. In Regional Limited Pros, Reedstown's Casey Lear followed up his dad Chris's win of 6 days prior in Ohio. The Lear's Badger Deer 6030 now leads 2 different regional races in points. In Grand National Light Superstocks, the Red Thunder Case IH team extended its Toma winning streak to 3, dating to 2019, with a 6-foot victory over past champion Marcus Wedelson. Bryce Pickler was the assassin this time on behalf of Western Wisconsin's own Mondavi Mafia. In GN 4-wheel drive trucks, Arlington's Mike Mankey and his Foolish Farmer Ford claimed their 3rd career Toma trophy. Mankey was victorious over fellow regional regulars Michael O'Connor and Seth Davis in a class of 34 of the nation's very best. And in modified minis, this happened.
Wow, what a hook. What a masterful drive there. Yeah, happy guy. Absolute 351 and 3, ladies and gentlemen, your winner. Last hook, the Shakin' Shamrock.
Announcer Doc Riley on the call from the association's live streaming service, ntpa.tv. After turning down his test pass, Nathan Hoffman of Knapp, Wisconsin, waded through 18 hooks to let his Shakin' Shamrock walk its way to the left sideline and pass the previous leader, Bruce Slaw, and show no mercy.
Man, kids, I'll tell you what, I sat here and I watched and just a dream to win Toma. Gosh, dreams come true. Never, ever give up. Holy crap, I won Toma.
Other Grand National class winners were Travis Schlabach of Marengo, Iowa, and his Bone Twister 1066 in Superstock Diesel, Brandon Simon of Farley, Iowa, and his Loud and Heavy John Deere Pro Stock, Todd Dugan of Bladensburg, Ohio, and his Angry Shine Chevrolet Superstock Diesel 4x4, Pat Island of Hampton, Minnesota, and his Keep On Truckin' Peterbilt in Super Semi, Keith Wason Sr. of Harwood, Maryland, and his Super B Light Unlimited, Craig Corzine of Assumption, Illinois, and his Second Degree Burn Modified, and defending national champion Joe Ader of North Collins, New York, and his Polar Air Unlimited Modified. 4 of the Grand National divisions that performed in Toma, the Light Supers, Superstock Diesels, 4-wheel drives, and Modifieds, are headed west to Dodge City, Kansas for the NTPA's first visit to the Jayhawk State in 3 decades. The Wild West Grand Nationals at Dodge City Raceway Park opened with a Party of the Pullers on Thursday, July 1st. The 2 nights of competition are Friday and Saturday, July 2nd and 3rd. Hope to see you there or at regional events in Marion, Ohio on the 2nd and Dorr, Michigan on the 3rd. Check ntpapull.com for times and classes. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. NTPA update. Yeah, for many of our hotshot secret racers and poolers, it was kind of a sucky weekend. Forrest Feathers gave us all the details about the racing action there at Virginia Motorsports Park. It's supposed to be a big diesel drag weekend. We had some Saturday, pretty much got rained out. Didn't get much racing action in at all. Didn't get a whole lot of pulling action in. Last weekend, maybe a better 4th of July weekend. Forecast is looking a lot better. For those fans that are going to be headed out for the first time in, what do you say, 30 years? They got a big event taking place there. Let's check in with the Jolly Green Giant this morning. Hello, Jolly Green. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. I want to address, I want to
tell you the Chevy guy, I agree with a lot of stuff he was saying. My opinion, I worked for CRST for about 8 years when I first started off, and there's a lot of long-distance companies that will hire Kentucky Ken after he gets his CDL license. I want to tell him right up front, you definitely need your double and triple endorsement, your tanker endorsement, and your hazmat endorsement, because you want to make sure that you have all those options open. But in my opinion, the money in driving truck is in LTL. So the companies that pay the most are normally the ones that haul the doubles. They're the ones that pay the most. And a lot of these companies will train you if you've got your CDL license. And what they do is, like FedEx, Old Dominion, some of these companies will start you on the dock, and then they'll move you into the yard truck, and they'll let you work in the yard for a while, and then they will put you with a trainer. Most of these companies we're talking about were 2 years. A lot of times they would hire you with 2 years experience. I do agree they have lowered that down because of the driver shortage. So a lot of these companies, that's what they're doing. He won't have a problem getting a job. These long distance companies would nab him up right away. But the problem is, I agree with Chevy, man, you will not be making top scale right away because you're a new driver. And yes, that first year will be a struggle. There is no doubt in my mind. He's right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I've been driving probably not as long as Chevy man has, but I have been driving for about 40 years. And I started off with a long distance company. But in my opinion, the money is LTL, in my opinion, when it comes to driving truck. Now, the owner-operator, I also agree with Chevy, man. I don't think you should start off being an owner-operator because I agree with Chevy, man. It becomes your life. Because when you're not driving, you're servicing and you're maintaining that equipment. So you really don't have a day off. And that's what I like working for a company, an LTL company or a company like what I'm working for now, because I don't have to worry about that stuff. The good thing is we have automatic transmissions now. So driving truck is a lot easier than it was 40 years ago. And so I think a lot of companies would be honored to have him as a driver once he gets his CDL license, because he's being a retired police officer. And I want to tell you that I work with somebody that is an ex-police officer. And to be honest with you, a lot of the drivers do respect him because they know the laws. They understand what it takes, dedication. So I'm looking forward to working in this industry with people like that. And I hope he does get his foot in the door. I don't think he'll have a problem. If he wants to go about it, he could go with the long distance companies for about a year or two and then come back to the LTL companies like FedEx, Old Dominion, and those companies will pay extremely well. And so I don't think he's going to have a problem finding a trucking job. But I would definitely become a company driver first before you become an owner-operator. I think Chevy Man was 100% right about that.
Okay.
So that's really about all I had to say. I also wanted to say I had an opportunity to talk to Chevy Man and Gilligan. I was extremely surprised that Gilligan was not lost in the Pacific. He was somewhere in West Virginia or Virginia, somewhere on the East Coast somewhere. I don't know what he was doing, but he definitely wasn't on that island, And then Fly Rod had his foot right in the middle of it. I don't know about these guys. He was pretty upset over losing that $2 to Sex Maniac. Well, what can you say, man? But I just want to tell you, I really enjoy listening to your show, Steve. I also want to compliment Eagle from Texas. You are definitely the Paul Harvey of the trucking industry. You are the man of reasoning. And I want to tell you, I really enjoy listening to your opinions about Chicago and about some of the various things that you talk about. And Eagle, I encourage you to continue on voicing your opinions, man, because you make a lot of sense. Either way, guys, have a good night. Now we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right, thanks
Take
for
care.
chiming in. I'm sure Kentucky can appreciate your input as well. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the debate over the origins of COVID-19 intensifies, there are more calls for an independent investigation into the lab at Wuhan, China, where the virus is suspected of leaking from. Republican lawmakers held a forum on Tuesday on the virus's origins, with several scientists and former members of the Trump administration testifying. Admiral Brett Garrar was the White House director of COVID testing during the Trump administration and told the panel that the evidence that the virus leaked from the Wuhan lab was too coincidental.
It is just too much of a coincidence that a worldwide pandemic caused by a novel bat coronavirus that cannot be found in nature started just a few miles away from a secretive laboratory doing potentially dangerous research on bat coronavirus.
The Republican members of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus said they invited Dr. Anthony Fauci to participate in the discussion, but he declined. You're listening to USA Radio News.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission?
Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed it is. Hey, we've got a midweek hump day coming on. Wrapping up the month of June. Can you believe that? June 30th. Ready for July. Industry headline here. There's a driver pulling a horse trailer. He just entered the northbound lanes of I-45 Sunday morning when he noticed an 18-wheeler approaching him from behind. Kind of like at a high rate of speed. The big rig struck the rear of the horse trailer. The force of the collision sheared off the trailer frame near the gooseneck connector. 18-wheeler continued to push the now unattached trailer, passing the astonished driver of the tow vehicle before trailing off the shoulder into the grass, finally coming to a stop. Miraculously, they tell us the horse trailer remained upright. It was pushed several hundred yards by the 18-wheeler. Horse survived with no significant injuries. New Waverly firefighters soon arrived. Although there were no human injuries, the stressed horse was in danger of overheating. Crews quickly went to work to free him. A tow truck operator hooked up to the front of the horse trailer, pulling it away from the 18-wheeler, allowing rescuers enough room to force open the rear door to get to the animal. So he was ready to get out of there, according to the fire captain. But he was in pretty good shape despite the ordeal. Yeah, what transpired there? Look out, coming in from behind. Let's head on down to Florida with Philip. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. How's it going, bud?
Doing well. How's your week going?
Oh, week's going good. Another day at the office. Hey, I'm kind of in the same line with Eagle there about that little lady at that Olympic tryout. I think she was a little sore loser myself, but I think she needs to understand that if you're going to try out for an American team, you need to respect America, and she didn't really respect America. On Inside Edition last night, they had an interview with her, and she said she was doing it for her people. She actually put a shirt over her face at one point. And I don't think that she was really doing it for her people, because there's a lot of people out there that don't think she was correct in what she was doing. So, but we were supposed to have a launch yesterday, but somebody decided to fly a helicopter into where the range was, and they invaded the range, so they pushed them out. They got them out, but going to have the launch today. The weather was terrible anyway yesterday, so they only had about maybe half an hour. If they would have had that, even if that helicopter would have did what it did. So, and Elon Musk he's upset about that deal. He thinks that the range is too big. So if you look at it the way they map it out, it's a pretty substantial piece of distance that is the circle that covers around when they have a launch. He thinks that distance was too much, so they need to shrink it down a little bit, and then that situation won't happen again. What do you think, Steve?
So what was it, like just some private helicopter or something that just got... What, they have several miles distance where it's restricted airspace kind of thing, and they wandered in there?
Yeah, they restricted in. They restrict the airspace, as they call it, the range, and that's the shoot range, and they don't want any aircraft in that range, not to hit the vehicle. But this helicopter strayed off and went into the range by accident, and they got him out. But it was just one of those things. It's like, you've got to have this open. You got to have this wide distance. I mean, you don't want a jet getting into where a rocket's going up. You don't want that happening, and This here it's going to be a return to launch site launch. So it's coming right back to Kennedy Space Center after that booster's coming back. You don't want airplanes and helicopters and all this stuff flying around out there with that booster coming back, you know?
Mm-hmm. Right, right.
So they set a pretty significant distance on that range. They don't want anybody coming back. So hopefully they don't do it today. But Elon Musk, he was not happy about it yesterday. And it wasn't the fact that the guy did it. It was the fact that he thinks the range distance is too big. That's exactly what he did on Twitter. And the gentleman was talking earlier about driving and money being in LTL. Okay, I was in LTL for 15 years. The money is in LTL now, and it's funny that Eagle had mentioned Chicago because right now Chicago has an LTL driver shortage. If you want to make money in LTL, go to Chicago. I'm hearing the average pay rate up there is about $30 an hour right now for an experienced driver. But I think LTL is a good start. The gentleman was right earlier. Some companies will start you out on the dock, then they'll put you in a spotter or a hostler out in the yard and work around that. As far as a trainer goes, they'll put you with a trainer a day or two, but when you get out there in LTL, you got to learn how to do it yourself. That's why kind of a lot of guys go the over-road distance deal, because they learn how to drive and control the vehicle on the over-the-road. But LTL, you got to be a lot more up on it when you get into the city and learning how to drive in the city with a truck. And I've seen that quite a few years in Chicago in the way guys are driving. And Eagle is right about Chicago. Chicago is rough. I think the only way they're ever going to clean up Chicago is they're going to have to get rid of law enforcement up there too, because there's so much corruption as well as what's going on with the folks that are up there. And it would have to be from an outside source, which I don't think that's going to happen. But Chicago does have a high death rate. That whole area up there from Chicago all the way around the lake all the way to Gary is the whole deal. It's been that way for many years. They used to be beautiful cities back in the 60s and 70s and the 80s, and now they look like Beirut, the war zone. So that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one. Thanks, bud.
All right. Thanks for checking in. As always, Philip, appreciate your call. Dave was checking in earlier. Doughboy, a.k.a. Doughboy. He said, tell Kentucky Ken if he gets a CDL McLean there in Hebron, Kentucky, well, we'll hire him and then train him for like 600 hours with a trainer. Then you'll be on your own. Trying to recall, I think that's a pretty decent paying job. Isn't that the food service company, I believe? McLean Food Service. I think we interviewed them a couple of years ago there in Louisville when they actually had a Mid-America Truck Show. And, they were talking about you can make good money. Yeah, you got to work, but you can make good money. All right, who's next up here? Let's jump up to Big Sexy. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, can you throw me back in queue for a minute?
I can do that. Back in queue. We'll come back to you there. Is that Steve? Hello there. Morning.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to comment on Jolly Green Giant, man. He was spot on about what he was talking about, Steve, with LTL. As far as McLean goes, unless Kentucky Ken wants to unload a 53-footer of food products, then he ought to stay away from that, because that's a young man's game right there.
So you're that's tough work. Well, you're having to take the dolly and wheel out all those boxes and boxes of meat and stuff?
Yes, sir. Restaurants, that's who they deliver to.
Okay.
So that's a young man's job. They make good money, but it's a young man's job. But Steve, in 2009, when I got out of truck driving school, all these guys in my class were going on with these over-the-road companies. They'd come in and try and recruit you and get you to go over the road, and they were paying you like $300, $400, $500 a week, and you'd be out there for months at a time, And I said no to that. Luckily, I still had a little unemployment going on from the Carpenters Union in Chicago, so I was able to hold out for a little while. And then finally, when I applied every place in Chicago, Steve, every local company to stay around town. Nobody would hire me because I had no experience. And then one day I got a call from Conway Freight when it was Conway. And they said, hey, we noticed you got a CDL. We'll get you in our 6-week apprenticeship program and, come to work. So I went to work for Conway, just like Jolly Green Giant said. They put me in a 6-week training course, put me out in the hostler. I mean, I did that for probably a year and a half. Once in a while, they give you a couple of, double runs or a city run, a switch, something like that. And, that's where I learned how to drive and how to back was with Conway. And that's where I learned how to be a safe driver. So after, 2 years of doing that, I ended up going to FedEx Freight pulling doubles. Now, with LTL, Steve, you can be a city driver during the day or you can be a line haul driver at night like myself, and the line haul is where it's at night. Our company right now, I think you know who I work for. I'm not going to say who it is, but they pay 72 cents a mile. That's our top pay. And $28 an hour to drop and hook. So that's pretty damn good money, but he's got to start somewhere. And I don't know if he said he had a CDL or not, but I know with our company, he can go on the dock, make $20 an hour moving freight around and loaded trailers, which is pretty good money for a dock worker. And they will train him dock to driver. So they'll get him his license, they'll train him, and he can either go city or line haul. Usually you're in the truck with a trainer for a week. And, like Philip said, then you're on your own. You got to learn how to do it. But, with line haul, Steve, I mean, we drop, I go to a meet point, I drop a set, I grab another set from another driver, head back to Nashville, and, it's pretty simple. Mainly I just drive. I don't unload. I don't do a lot of dropping hooks. But as far as a city driver goes, working the day hours, he would have to know how to back real well, get around tight spots, stuff like that. So you basically got to learn it on your own. Mm-hmm. You can only get, trainer's only going to show you so much. You have to have some skills. But if he drove a truck before, I'm sure he'll be fine. But what I'm going to do, Steve, I'm going to send you my company's email, their career site. And if he wants, he can go around the state of Kentucky and look. We got Louisville, Lexington, Knoxville. We got probably 4 or 5 terminals in Kentucky. But I'll send you the information. You're going to pass it along to Kentucky Ken, and if he wants to pursue it, that's up to him. But sure. Jolly Green Giant's right on, man. He hit the nail on the head. This is where it's at as far as being a company driver. But you got to start somewhere, and you got to try to pick a good one to start out at. So, but thanks for letting me chime in on that, Steve. You have a good night.
That's great. Yeah, good information. I'll look for that, the email there, the info, and I'll be happy to pass that on to Kentucky Ken. Ken, I'm not sure if I've got your email in my inbox. I know you post on the discussion board and whatnot, but just drop me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. That way I can forward that to you, the email, and anyone else that maybe wants to pass something along to Kentucky Ken, steve@hotshotsecret.com. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'm going through the process, trying to get things rehooked here. Phone reset time. All right, there it goes. She just locked in. So big sexy, you'll have to dial us back up there. Icebreaker, I know you've been you're trying to dial in. I think Vic was on the line. We can get you all lined back up here. All right, meanwhile, what are we looking at? You know the number. It's 844-844-3388. And it's been kind of intriguing. I was kind of flipping down after I had 5 listeners in Kazakhstan the other night. I thought that was just bizarre. How 5 different folks found us there. So we got Canada tuned in, we got Australia tuned in, we got somebody in the Netherlands with us here this morning. What's going on in the Netherlands? Great to have you with us all around the globe, right? So I heard in the news break there last hour, so Dr. Fauci was asked to come on, give us, answer some questions, if you don't mind, before a House subcommittee this past day, which he was a no-show. He was not under subpoena. They wanted to ask some questions. James Comer of Kentucky says he is now inclined to join other Republicans calling for his ouster. Get him out of here. I mean, chief medical advisor to President Biden. He was not bound by a subpoena because Nancy Pelosi didn't approve the hearing. And she refused to hold a bipartisan hearing. To which Comer says he didn't show up. I've been one of the Republicans that have been holding out prospects of his future. I wanted to give Fauci a chance to testify. Why his emails were vastly different than what he's been telling the American people over the past year and a half. Now, Fauci has never shied away from a camera before the release of his emails, and now all of a sudden, he doesn't want to be seen publicly. Yeah, all those emails that showed he believed masks were not effective in preventing spread. Unfortunately, he didn't show up today, and I'm pretty disappointed. I'm going to join the bandwagon, most of my Republican colleagues that say it's time for Fauci to go. He needs to resign. Now, Comer said those who did testify this past day showed that the likelihood of COVID originating from animals is almost zero. That was proven today. I don't know that there have been over 80,000 animals tested and not a single animal showed up positive with COVID-19. The only animals in the whole region of China that were not tested were the mice in the Wuhan lab, no less. And now you're telling me they wouldn't want to test the mice in the Wuhan lab? Yeah, good point. All right, back at it here. Icebreaker, thanks for dialing us back up. What's going on?
You say icebreaker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was having a fit there. It cut me off 5-6 times trying to call back in.
Yep.
You must have reset the phone.
That was the phone reset. That is correct. I apologize. I should have gave you a heads up.
That's all right. That's why I figured it was the phone reset. Commenting on Jolly Green Giant and Steve and Philip. I work for LTL also, 19 years. That is the best way to go for Kentucky Ken. A lot of your, well, not a lot of you, but some of your LTLs like XPO, which used to be Conway, you work the dock, load your truck, and then go drive your run, whatever you do. Now, some of FedEx Freight does the same thing. Now, not all of FedEx Freight, but some of them do. In our area in North Carolina, it does. Old Dominion will take you in, and they're they're looking for 800 drivers across the country. And they will take you in, they will train you, they will put you with a local driver that runs city, where you pull the 53-footers, the single 28-footer, and I think you do that for 2 weeks. And then when you come out of that, they put you with a line haul driver, and you do meet and turns for a while, and then you'll do what you call wild. In other words, you'll go out with a trainer, and you'll stay out 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, whatever the case may be, and you'll pop different terminals. And then when you get, and I think you do that for 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, either 3 or 4 weeks. You do that, and then when you get through doing that, they come out and they put you on your own. The top pay is 72 cents a mile for a single driver, 83 cents a mile for a team driver. And, of course, your benefits and vacation, I think it's 2 weeks after the first year, and this, that, and the other. And we have new equipment, basically all the time. They bring in new trucks, this, that, and the other. Now, to my knowledge, in my area, we do not have any automatics. We did have 2 at one time, and they got rid of them. So most of ours are straight drives.
Okay.
But yeah, LTL is the best way to go. But he goes to work for Old Dominion unless he wants to get on the dock and work on the dock and be what they call a combo driver, work the dock, and then when they got extra loads, he drives, then he won't be loading no trucks or unloading no trucks. So like I said, all 3 of them will write to a degree, but that's what Old Dominion does.
Okay. Very good.
And he can go on ODLF/careers on the internet and fill out an application in the area that he's in. And I think we got like 3 or 4 terminals in Kentucky also.
All right. Hey, thanks for your input, Icebreaker. Do appreciate that. We're going to get our news update here, top of the hour, which means final hour just ahead. Here at our final day of the month of June. Final show for June. Here it is. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As the debate over the origins of COVID-19 intensifies, there are more calls for an independent investigation into the lab at Wuhan, China, where the virus is suspected of leaking from. Republican lawmakers held a forum on Tuesday on the virus's origins, with several scientists and former members of the Trump administration testifying. Admiral Brekkerar was the White House director of COVID testing during the Trump administration and told the panel that the evidence that the virus leaked from the Wuhan lab was too coincidental.
It is just too much of a coincidence that a worldwide pandemic caused by a novel bat coronavirus that cannot be found in nature started just a few miles away from a secretive laboratory doing potentially dangerous research on bat coronavirus.
The Republican members of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus said they invited Dr. Anthony Fauci to participate in the discussion, but he declined. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death. Erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The peacekeeping force maintained by the UN could soon be facing a new problem, a lack of funding. Lance Pry has the details.
Officials and diplomats for the United Nations on Monday said the organization's global peacekeeping missions may be eliminated if the United Nations General Assembly does not reach an agreement on its $6 billion budget. Diplomats are blaming negotiating procedures, logistics, and talks that put China against Western powers for the inability to reach an agreement on funding. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court left the CDC's ban on residential evictions in place. The court declining to allow a federal court judge's decision to go into effect that would have lifted the ban nationwide. A group of landlords challenged the moratorium, and a federal judge sided with them in May, but put a hold on the ruling pending an appeal. The landlords then appealed to the Supreme Court, requesting that the ruling be unfrozen. The moratorium is currently set to expire on July 31st. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
As the search and rescue mission continues at the collapsed condominium tower in Surfside, Florida, the effort to discover the cause of that collapse has just begun, with preliminary efforts focusing on a 2018 inspection that found cracks in concrete columns, beams, and walls in the building's parking garage. Alan Kilsheimer is a structural engineer who's been hired by the city to investigate the collapse. He tells CNBC that multiple factors may have caused the collapse and that he will be looking for the trigger.
The issue is that when you have cracks, depending on the size, the cracks alone generally are not a major cause of a problem. The reinforcing steel, when you look at rusted reinforcing steel, it'll look like a lot of rust, but rust is an expansive material on steel. So you have to wire brush the steel. You get the rust off and you see how much good metal is left. So, they all will be some of the things that possibly could have contributed to the collapse in some form or another, but but you have to find the trigger also of what actually precipitated the collapse.
And the Edmonton Oilers' Conor McGregor was named the NHL's MVP Tuesday night, taking home the Hart Trophy. It's the second time McDavid has been tapped as the league's most valuable player. He was unanimously voted MVP, receiving 100 first-place votes. The only other player to win the Hart Trophy with a unanimous vote was Wayne Gretzky, following the 1981-82 season. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, guess what? That means our final hour off and rolling here on a Wednesday. Mike, hump day, right? So, very first hour, if you weren't with us, we touched on the story where the Panamanian government has notified the United States that they've used what they call biometric and facial recognition technologies and whatnot, and they have known terrorists that are coming in through Panama, trying to blend in with the migrants, just looking for a better way of life to get into the United States. Downright scary story. Meanwhile, we get the latest on the numbers at the border, which, according to the report on Tuesday, that there's another surge taking place, an increase in the number of migrant children crossing the border. Indicates a summer surge is underway. After more than 500 children were encountered by the Border Patrol through much of March and April, the number had dropped under 300. Daily, again, this is daily. Recent data reports that more than 530 children are appearing at the border, or did so on the 23rd of June. Most recent data released June 25th showed that nearly 15,000 young people are being held at government facilities run by the Department of Health and Human Services. The Examiner said the total did not include approximately 2,000 children who were either found at the border, transferred from Border Patrol to Health and Human Services, or released into the country on that day. Immigration opponents have not complained as loudly as they did under the Trump administration because unaccompanied children now are being transferred to Health and Human Services within 24 hours instead of being held in Border Patrol facilities for days or a week. Government workers spent the month searching for an adult whom the child could be released to. Yes, they're talking about these young migrants and trying to find family members. The young migrant will be discharged to a family friend or other adult or placed in child care programs if they can't find a relative or a parent. Just bizarre, but the 15,000 young migrants in custody of Health and Human Services marks a decrease from 25,000 in May. That's at least partly due to more than 38,000 having been released into the country since the month of February. And just showing up here and there and everywhere. And we all know this ultimately is going to lead to overwhelming school districts Hundreds being located in various cities. They're all going to show up to attend school come this fall. Many school districts are not going to have the resources to handle this surge. All right, back to the phones here. And take two, Big Sexy.
Yeah, I'm here this time. You talked to me a while ago, just as I had to get out and put 50-pound mail bags on a dock. So, come to me just at the wrong time.
All right.
But on your deal a while ago, you were talking about the cars and the prices over, they're charging over the sticker price. Way to put a stop to that is stop buying them.
Well, right.
Bring prices back in line. That's one way to do that. Have you heard anything from Big Move? I ain't heard him last couple of days.
They had been on the road. They went up to Wisconsin to get that vehicle for possum breath. I don't know if you caught that story or not, but yeah, they were on the way back this past day. I thought I did get an email update from Tater that they were headed back. I think they should be back like 11:30 this morning or something.
I was just wondering if he was having problems, with that surgery he had, because I hadn't heard him on here in the last couple of days. We're talking about the Nike and all that earlier. The NCAA is just as bad with some of the stuff they pull, not with China, but with, have you heard what they've done to North Carolina State?
Have not, no.
The College World Series. They were one game away from being in the, final part of the series where they did the best of three for the finals. And they made them play Vanderbilt with only 13 players because some of them was in COVID protocol.
Yeah.
And then the next day they lost. The next day they supposed to play Vanderbilt again for a chance to move on. And they made them forfeit. Ruled it no contest, sent them home.
Wow.
And it didn't say that any of them had it. It said contact tracing and stuff like that. They didn't say whether any of them actually had it or not. But the thing about it, they had just played Vanderbilt the day before. They were in close contact during that game. Why is Vanderbilt still going on?
Yep.
But they had spent a lot of time and advertisement on ESPN and all that about these two pitchers that Vanderbilt has. And in the College World Series, how they're going to be top draft picks and all that. They needed them to be in the final. Well, they got them in there.
So you're
kind of want to point out one other thing.
You kind of think
most of the teams in the final. Go ahead.
You kind of think the fix was in, is what you're saying? They kind of set it up that way?
I think so. But I want to point out one other thing. Both these teams in the final, Vanderbilt and Mississippi State, they're both SEC teams. Neither one of them could beat my Hogs during the year. North Carolina State's the one that put us out. Something seems awful fishy.
Yeah, hey, there's a conspiracy every day. I guess that kind of harkens back to when you get to the bowl series, picking out teams for that. Yes, they say they don't, but there's always favoritism shown to the teams that have the big travel. If you got people that are willing to pack their bags, board an airplane, and travel to Miami or California, wherever these big games are going to take place, and they always favor the teams that have a big travel contingent. Let me see. I pulled up the email. Tater did give me an update about 10 o'clock this past evening. He said, I got a call from the Moose and Possum. They're headed back home from Wisconsin. They were leaving kind of late to miss the bad traffic. But he got a text about 9:30 this past evening. Tater said, I'm leaving the house right about now. Got to get Big Orange fired up, pointed towards London. Looking forward to another great show. So, yeah, that was going back this past evening, about 10 o'clock, a little before 10. But Big Moose said, got everything done today, packed up, southbound and down. Going to make a stop in Fort Wayne. Possum's got the first leg of the trip. I'm going to take her on home. Should be back about 11:30 a.m. So I'll assume they're rolling down the highway in the Sunseeker with Possum's old car in tow behind them. How about that? Pretty nifty. Thanks for the update, Tater. Hope you're having a good morning as well. And let's get back to the calls. Let's see. I tell you what, let's take care of this quick timeout, as they say. Our 15 after break. Back in 3. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, if you want to talk a little conspiracy action, I don't know. I'll share the details. You decide. It's all about the COVID, of course. Dr. Mercola says, while the list of crimes committed by authorities during the pandemic is a long one, perhaps the biggest crime of all is the purposeful suppression of safe and effective treatments. At this point, it seems quite clear this was all done to protect the COVID jab rollout, the vaccines. Yeah, the COVID shots were brought to the market, as we all know, under, quote, emergency use authorization, EUA, which can only be obtained if there are no other alternatives available. In a sane world, these mRNA COVID vaccines would never have got an emergency use authorization, as there are several safe and effective treatment options available, one of which stands out above all the others. Ivermectin, the decades-old anti-parasitic drug that is on the World Health Organization's list of essential medications. What makes ivermectin particularly useful in COVID-19 is the fact that it works both in the initial viral phase of the illness, when antivirals are required, as well as the inflammatory stage, when the viral load drops off and anti-inflammatories become necessary. It has been shown to significantly inhibit SARS-CoV-2 replication in vitro, speed up viral clearance, and dramatically reduce the risk of death. Dr. Tess Lowry, medical doctor, PhD, research and director of evidence-based medicine consultancy in the UK, has been trying to get the word out about ivermectin. To that end, she helped organize the British Ivermectin Recommendation Development Panel and an International Ivermectin for COVID conference, which was held online in April. 12 medical experts from around the world sharing their knowledge during this conference, reviewing the mechanism of action, protocols for prevention and treatment, so-called long hauler syndrome. All these lectures were recorded via Zoom, and they can be viewed today. Lowry's published several systematic reviews and analysis of studies looking at ivermectin for the prevention and treatment of COVID-19. Let's see, a rapid review performed on behalf of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance in the U.S. January of 21 found the drug, quote, probably reduces deaths by an average of 83% compared to no ivermectin treatment. The meta-analysis, which included 13 studies, found a 68% reduction in deaths. Now, that's an underestimation of the beneficial effects, as one of the studies included the use of hydroxychloroquine in the control arm. Since HCQ is an active treatment that's also been shown to have a positive impact on outcomes, it's not surprising this particular study did not rate ivermectin as better than the control treatment, which was hydroxychloroquine. They go on with more numbers, but I don't know, did you realize the only way you can get emergency use authorization from the FDA is if there's not alternatives available? I mean, to me, it kind of does send up a red flag. Well, why was there so much pessimism, negativity about the hydroxychloroquine? Then the ivermectin. Everything was about, we got to get a shot. We got to get a shot. We have to have a vaccine. Everybody's got to get it. Got to get it. And they're still pushing it. Hot and heavy today. Like I said, I just shared the information. You decide. Hello, heat wave. What's going on?
Blood pressure went up about 20 points there, senor.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lordy. Well, I guess you seen the hit and run I had come Monday morning. That damn elk, I tell you what, she was big, and she did some serious damage there, so that put me out of action for a little bit. But other than that, not a whole lot happening, just walking into the shop here, trying to get my load to get up and go. You seen pictures of that car Big Moose is bringing back for possum breath? I mean, that is
beautiful, isn't it?
That is something you see only in Hollywood movies.
Yep.
And whoever restored that car, I mean, they did an absolute fantastic job. Goodness gracious. So that's and for that particular one to be Possum's original car from way back when, that's even more amazing as well. I'm sure it wasn't in that kind of shape when he got it, but
he made it sound like it's better now than
they made it look really, really nice.
He said it's better now than it was when he originally owned it.
I'm sure it is, yes. So, anyway, hey, did you hear that the public schools there in Portland are having weekly summer classes on CRT? Excuse me. And the premise is, being born white, you're naturally making an opportunity off of the black people's backs. That's kind of paraphrasing what their statement is, but they're trying to say, I don't know what they're trying to say. I guess we should be less smart and less happy because, the people from way back when did stuff to people way back when, and now we are supposed to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is absolute insanity. All I can say is to hell with them people, and if they think that way, to hell with them too. I'm tired of being politically correct. It happened. Yeah, it happened. But only, 86, 89 years under the American watch way back when, because the previous 300 was under British rule. And Candace Owens, she was on, if I can get my mind right here, I think she was on Monday night, and she had said, it's funny how the white nations of the earth 400 years ago started to do away with slavery. And, you have to think about it. It's like, well, yeah, England did start it up saying, no more slaves. And then it just trickled down from there. But I mean, you look in the world today, there is still slavery going on. And you look in the African nations, even though they may want to say it doesn't happen, it still exists. So I'm sorry, folks. It's there.
Well, and we're supporting China, and you were with us earlier. China's got, they've got pretty much, according to the report, it's almost like slave labor camps out there picking cotton, which is that reminiscent of slavery in the U.S.? And that's going on today, and we continue to support China.
Yeah, excuse me, there, I was taking a swaller. Yeah, sure enough. I mean, you go to Walmart, about 90% of their items in there is made in China, made in China, made in China. It's like, Trump was right. Bring everything back to this country. I mean, you may not have liked Trump because he didn't sugarcoat nothing. He told you the way it was, whether you liked it or not. He told you how the cow ate the cabbage. And to be dependent upon one country for most everything we have here is just an outright, it's foolishness. We should have the ingredients for our medical people as far as the antibiotics and whatnot. We should have, our own chip makers here to support our auto industry. We don't need rice from China. We make our own. It is just absolute aggravating that we got a jackass in the White House who puts everyone else first but us. And there was something on Facebook saying, anyone that supports folks besides us, rather than us, they need to be, kicked out. And I guess there's a rumor about Kamala Harris being looked at as being pushed out of the vice president position because she really ain't doing nothing. I mean, Joe's making us look like a bunch of asses out here in front of the world, and Kamala's just, I don't know what she's doing. she's not doing her job. That big show in El Paso, y'all were right, is like, hey, the epicenter is 800 miles away down south. Go there and see what's going on. Don't get this scrubbed clean opportunity here to say, look, we're doing a good job. Go down there and see, what it's doing to the people of Texas, to the American citizens.
Yep.
All the burdens are being placed upon them.
We know she went down there just because later today, as a matter of fact, today's the day, and Donald Trump's going to be there with Abbott, but they're going to be down where the real crisis is taking place, where the thousands that are being held in these facilities, overcrowded. You're going to see a whole different scenario versus what we saw last Friday with Kamala, walking through those nice, pristine Border Patrol facilities, talking to the men and women in the Border Patrol uniforms. Oh, it's just everything's hunky-dory. How much attention do you think the mainstream media, though, will give to Donald Trump and Greg Abbott later today when they're in the heart, in the belly of the beast down there in McAllen, Texas? I bet they'll have something else to focus on if I had to make a wager. News break time, though. Quick timeout. We'll get back, finish up with Heat Wave. Back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The official death toll in the collapse of a condominium tower in Florida is now 12 after another body was pulled from the rubble on Tuesday. 149 people still remain unaccounted for. The search and rescue operations have been going around the clock since the tower's collapse early last Thursday morning. And Surfside, Florida Mayor Charles Burkett tells MSNBC that he's not ready to give up.
As far as I'm concerned, we're just at the very beginning, and I'm not really interested in discussing stopping the rescue efforts at all.
And the House has passed a bill to remove the statues of those who voluntarily served in the Confederacy from the U.S. Capitol. The measure passed in a 285 to 120 vote and would also replace the bust of Roger B. Taney, the Chief Justice who wrote the decision in the Dred Scott case, with one of Thurgood Marshall. The bill's future in the Senate is uncertain. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root from my great friends at Freedom Fest. Have you ever been to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota? Well, here's your opportunity. This July 21st through 24th, thousands of liberty lovers are headed to South Dakota for the greatest libertarian show on earth, Freedom Fest. This time held at the Rushmore Civic Center in Rapid City, South Dakota, with a record-setting crowd. Here's your chance to make new friends and meet the country's top political and business leaders, authors, and filmmakers in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Some of the star speakers this year: South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Dr. Drew, Larry Elder, U.S. Senator Mike Lee, U.S. Senator Cynthia Loomis, the CEO of Whole Foods, John Mackey, Steve Moore, John Funn, Grover Norquist, Tom Woods, and the infamous pandemic mock trial. Go to freedomfest.com. Use promo code WAR50 to get $50 off the registration fee. That's freedomfest.com with promo code WAR50. Fly there, drive there, bike there, RV there, be there. Freedom Fest in South Dakota. Get your tickets now at freedomfest.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Let me get back, finish up with Heat Wave. Thanks for hanging in there, sir.
Hey, anytime, senor. Thank you. Yeah, Kamala said that she was actually planning this trip well before
Yeah, right.
she actually took it. Yeah, it's like, if that's the case, then why did the Border Patrol have so much hard time working with the White House people trying to get the itinerary straightened out? I mean, if you did this 3 months in advance, you should have already had that where it should have had gone with no hiccups, no cracks in the sidewalk, no skips, no jumps, just strolling down Easy Street. So, I mean, right there, it tells you she ain't nothing but a damn liar. She just, it is aggravating as all get out. And I mean, you're right. Whenever you post on your stuff and whenever I post on mine, we have yet to see a Democrat praise these people in any endeavor at all. So it's really a crying damn shame, to tell you the truth.
Yep.
So getting ready to head out toward Tracy, and we're not going to have the fast truck we were in, but oh well, someone else gets to have the fast rider rental. You know, it was a crying shame too, because it was a rider rental that hit that elk in. And I'll tell you what, Moose was really upset with me. He says, you know, you should at least cut the back strap out of that darn animal. He said he spent many a time out there in the shivering cold trying to get one of them buggers, and here it is. I hit one at 65, and I don't even take the time and trouble to get the back strap off of it. He said, we're going to have to reevaluate our friendship here. So anyways, well, yeah, I understand you're going to be off on Monday, Sunday to Monday, and I understand it's going to be a hell of a time cleaning up that big mess we're going to have at your place when we do that wrestling match out there.
I'm telling you.
Looking forward to it. I got a lot of frustration to belt out, and boy, it crash and smash. Really going to have a good time out there beating the living snot out of anybody that comes in our way. So Mother Goose and Gilligan, bring your A game. Porn Star's going to have his way with Marianne and Ginger, and it's just going to be a good old time. And maybe if I head up that way, maybe I'll get me an elk on the way, and we'll just throw that on the grill as well.
Have a big grill. Have a big elk barbecue. Yeah. Maybe I need should I get some extra garbage cans from the neighbors for all the Blatz bottles?
Oh, yeah. Well, you get him the Blatz, and you also get one of them portable outhouses for the moose, because I'm sure he'll have plenty of it. He'll have the splats. And, you know, if you just go ahead and get a couple of cases of Shiner Bock, that'd be all right with me, too. So we're good to go.
All right. We got that on the list here. Yeah, big moose with the Blatz splats. Whoo, look out. Hey, I think Monty's got an update for us. What's going on with the highway infrastructure bill? Hello, Monty.
Hey, Steve. How are you, man?
Doing well.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that's going through the rules process this week. They are, you know, looking at what they call rules made in order, which is basically all the amendments that were offered, you know, by the Democrats were accepted, and amendments offered by Republicans were rejected. So they'll have their rules committee done meeting this week, and they'll have their bill then to the floor for a vote, which has got tons of bad stuff in it. You know, Todd and Louie both have spoken with DeFazio over several times over the past course of the year, ever since they came out with the one bill from last year. And I was talking to Louis yesterday, and he said that we just can't seem to get those guys to understand, DeFazio to understand that these proposals here are really going to be hard on small business truckers, and you know, just can't make a connection to them. So you know, it's like common sense is totally devoid, which, you know, most of us have realized by now. The other thing is the Senate version, you know, that this one that five Republicans and 5 Democrat senators have come together with this $1 trillion infrastructure bill of their own. Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure what the number is called or whatever, but it's got less bad stuff in it, but it's still bad. The best thing would be if they just do a reauthorization of the old MAP 21 or something, and, you know, just go forward from that. But, you know, everybody wants to, you know, as DeFazio said, we're going to move transportation from the 1950s into the next, you know, this is one of his big shining moments, I guess, late in his career. So he thinks. So anyhow, we've tried as hard as we can to try to strip some of these things out. Like I said, the Senate bill does have less bad in it, but it still has the automatic emergency braking. I think there's some underride provisions in there. seemed like there's another one there was three of them that was right off the top of my head, and I forgot the third one. But the other problem with this is that when they have their conference, when they go to conference, they won't make any announcements out of conference unless they know they have the votes to pass it. And when I say the votes, I'm talking about the votes between the House and the Senate to actually pass a bill to put it on Biden's desk. So at that point, after those announcements are made from conference, there is nothing that you can do. There's no amount of calling, talking, lobbying, anything to try to, whatever comes out of that's what's going to be there.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a fairly, I don't want to say secretive process, but they're just not going to, they're not going to come out and say, okay, we have this, unless they're sure they have the votes for it. So
I mean, I saw the other day, you got the Boast amendment. He's trying to get that, to strip the $2 million minimum insurance requirement out of the House bill. I mean, what's the likelihood of that? Because it was not in the Senate version. So are they like, is this where they go to the committee thing to put this, reconcile or whatever?
Yeah, when they go to conference, they call it conference. Where the so many representatives from the House go and the Senate come, and they meet together, just like they would on any other bill, say a spending bill or whatever. But like on this infrastructure bill, they come together, they'll sit there and kind of hash things out. And so, I mean, at that point, anything is possible to be, put in or to stay in or to be pulled out. So it's, like I said, it's when it comes out of conference and whatever announcements they make, they are already sure that they have the votes for it. So and that amendment that Bost had to strip the insurance, that was what they call an amendment that's not made in order because the chair or the committee, the T&I committee the House Democrats did not recognize that. So it's a sad state of affairs right now. It's just like you can't get these people to understand how bad they're going to hurt the industry, and like I said, especially small business truckers. And on the insurance thing, the ATA and the Truckload Carriers Association are not even they're not saying nothing about it because most of their members are all self-insured, and so they're already on the hook for, I mean, probably most of these guys are self-insured for the first 5 or 10 million or something or whatever. And so they're not saying anything about that because this insurance hike is not going to hurt them at all. This is, matter of fact, they think it's probably going to give them a leg up on the competition, as it were, with the big guy against the little guy here.
Wow.
So, we've talked about it already, that people that are getting their authority and getting insurance, they're paying like $18,000, $20,000 a year for insurance on top of their truck payment and all the other stuff that I don't know how like other than rates being as good as they are right now on the spot market, that's the only way these guys are doing it. When these things start, we all know what goes up is going to come down.
Right, goes in cycles.
I don't know when, and I don't want to be a, bad news guy, but, it's runs in cycles. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I don't know how these folks are doing it, to be honest with you. So all we can do is hope that, they have, there's a whole bunch of this Green New Deal stuff too. That's in the Senate bill. That's the other, like all these, you've probably seen the news conference the other day with, Psaki talking about 500,000 charging stations across the, rural areas of America and all like that. Even though you've got California, did you hear the announcement the other day that the governor, I think it was saying, hey, we'd like for you people with electric cars not to charge them because we're having trouble keeping up with demand for electricity already.
Absolute insanity. And And I checked the numbers. I mean, California would probably be the highest in the USA as far as electric vehicle ownership. But overall, right now in the U.S., it is less than 2% of vehicles on the road are electric vehicles. Can you imagine when, over the next 20 years, if they proceed with this mandate of all electric, it's not going to fly, Monty.
No, it's not, Steve. And I mean, look, anybody with just a modicum of common sense can see this, but they have just caved so far to the left with this progressive stuff that, and I mean, I don't know anybody that's out here trucking, me, anybody, most Americans that don't want a clean environment. But let's not go nuts with this stuff. We still got 100 years of oil in the ground. And I mean, I can remember, Steve, when I started trucking 40 years ago, man, there was old Max, 237 Max, 250 Cummins, 238 Detroits going up the road just chugging black smoke. You don't see that anymore these days. I mean, you haven't seen it for a long time. Trucks are probably the cleanest burning they've ever been since trucking was started. So it's one of these things that's kind of never enough for these people. And no matter what you do or what is done, it's just never going to be enough. And it's almost that way with anything. I mean, you could just put it on anything that's coming out of DC. The fact that these 5 senators and 5 Democrats on the Senate side have got together. The last time that we had any real, what do you want to say, bipartisanship on trucking was MAP 21 in 2012, and we got the ELD mandate come out of that, and we see how it's all went from there. Now they're going to want guys as a provision in the House side that, as far as I know, is still there, that they want people to have to share their ELD information with FMCSA. And they're not going to use that information for anything respectable. It's going to be something that's going to be a benefit to everybody except the information that's being taken from.
Right.
There's already a lot of there's some of these companies that, if you share your information with your ELD information, that, they'll give you a break on insurance and stuff and all, but brokers can actually use some of that to figure out how many trucks. Now it's not going their way right now, but back when rates were, kind of up a little bit, down a little bit, but in a certain area, they could figure out how many trucks were in that market, in that area, that, say 100-mile radius of Chicago or whatever, to determine what rates they wanted to pay the trucks to move stuff. So, the technology for them to be able to do that is there already. So,
wow.
And again, it's not being used. It's not going to be used in a good way. So, I wish I had a better report, but that's pretty much the straight of it right now. So we're just going to have to sit back and see what happens. I mean, they've worked up there on Capitol Hill as much as possible, trying to impress upon these folks, how bad some of this stuff is going to be for us. And, Steve, the whole thing, a year ago this time, man, the truckers were the heroes. You remember that?
Absolutely. Yep.
We were working through the pandemic, and we were heroes for 15 minutes.
You're
and now,
the frontline guys. You're the frontline men and women keeping us alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So, at any rate, just thought I'd check in with you this morning, Steve. Wished I had a better news to leave everybody with, but that's what we're looking at right now, anyhow. So look, anything can happen. I mean, there could be enough progressives pushing for, if they don't get enough stuff. I know Sanders has talked about that if he didn't see enough things that he wanted in there, he wasn't going to support it. And then Schumer and some of the other ones, mostly a lot of these East Coast Democrats that are wanting that sales and local tax restriction that Trump took out. They want that put back in the tax code. So that's a sticking point. The other thing too is, Steve, is that if this bill here passes in a bipartisan manner here, that leaves the door open for reconciliation. And I don't quite understand how this works. I know they can only use it on certain things. They can only use it so many times in a legislative session, but they can use reconciliation, which is 51 votes instead of 60, to pass stuff in the Senate. We're going to get some, I mean, it's Katie bar the door for stuff crammed down our throat then.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
You could add the PRO Act, you know, throw it in there where you can't, independent contractor model's gone. So keep your fingers crossed, all I can say.
Yeah, but be careful what you wish for. What have the Democrats done? Yeah, all right. And one final story. This is kind of haunting in regards to the building collapse there in Florida. As family members continue to wait and try to hold hope. But I think at this point, the reality has to have set in that they're not going to find any more survivors. Yeah, some people are beginning to share the stories. And this guy sharing the story where he was speaking with his wife on the phone, Mike Stratton, had an especially haunting last exchange with his wife, Cassandra Stratton. Got her picture here, a beautiful 40-year-old woman. They've lived on the 4th floor of this high-rise for the past 4 years. Kind of a jet-set couple, often traveling, busy with other jobs, and taken into other cities. Last Monday, Mike had to leave to Washington, D.C. for work. That was the last time he saw Casey. Thursday morning, he said, Casey kind of called him in a bit of a panic. I was in Washington on the phone with her when the whole thing happened, 1:30 a.m. Casey was telling me the pool, which was normally visible from the condo, had disappeared. In its place was a sinkhole. And she was explaining how the building was kind of shaking, and the call went dead. It was 1:30 a.m. I'll never forget it, Mike says. Casey is one of those who is yet to be accounted for. How wild is that? But that's an interesting piece of information, though. You know, all this discussion about issues with the swimming pool, the rust, the rebar that was visible and all that, below the pool area. The pool had disappeared. Nothing but a big hole there. I guess that's where it all started, right? Yeah, the pool area first to go down. And the rest, I suppose, was more or less the proverbial house of cards coming down, or a condo coming down. But how bizarre would that be? On the phone, call goes dead. And, of course, you hear the news. You see the video images. All right, we'll close things out here on a Wednesday. Like I said, kind of a haunting story there. Hey, we didn't get to all of our callers. Knucklebuster was back with us. We didn't get back to Vic. Somebody else was on the line there. Not sure who that was, but hey, we up against the clock. We'll close it out here on a Wednesday. Have a great hump day. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight as we will be turning the page, actually tearing off another page on the calendar. June will be in the books. We'll kick off the first day of July from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. One final tidbit, though, I did want to pass along. Someone emailed, several people were asking, when is Chris Gabrelchik going to be back with us? He will not be with us this Friday morning, July the 2nd. I think he's got some sort of an important meeting early in the day Friday, so can't stay up all night and chat with us. I'm sure they'll reschedule it, maybe the next week or something like that, but yeah, he will be joining us once again. So have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I